Good morning. Everybody can be seated. We got somebody for everybody. Looks like it. All right, it looks like we had a couple of evidentiary issues that arose over the weekend that we need to sort out, I guess. One of them was, is there more than one interview of Mr. Sledge? I think was one of the questions. Sorry, talking to the mic.
I believe there are two interviews with Mr. Sledge, and we will get to Mr. Steele where the other one is located. So I think that was his question.
All right, and that's not gonna come, well, that's, when do we expect that to actually?
That might be tomorrow or Wednesday, maybe, Your Honor. I guess depends on what happens today.
Well, tomorrow is Wednesday, this is
sorry.
Tuesday.
Sorry, Your
It's
Honor.
a short week.
It's a short week. Either tomorrow or Thursday, Your Honor, but I guess
All right, well then get
yes.
him, I mean, are you saying he has it, it's just, where is it?
Yes.
Like which Dropbox link or whatever? Okay, well just somebody sort that out and shoot an email over on that.
We will.
Okay, and then, will that resolve that issue, Mr. Steele? Good morning. Okay, all right, and then there was an issue potentially with jail calls, I guess, between Mr. Garlington and his mother. A lot of this, I know y'all are shooting emails back and forth all weekend, but I just saw these like 2 minutes ago.
So Your Honor, relating to the call with Mr. Garlington and his mother, is not the same intention to play that call at this juncture. If something changes, and there is a hearsay exception, we will get it in, but at this point, we don't intend to play that call.
Okay.
And then the last thing that Mr. Steele referenced was Mr. Zachary mentioning the search of Mr. Williams' home, and we do not plan on getting into that with Mr. Zachary. We understand, of course, previous ruling regarding that.
Okay, and will have instructed all of your witnesses, if you haven't yet, before they get on the stand, as to things that they're off limits that they're not to mention.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Will that resolve that issue? Okay. All right. Are there any other issues that we need to discuss? And I'm gonna have an issue at the bench in just a minute. Y'all can finish figuring out whatever you were discussing, but then I need y'all to come up to the bench. Okay. Okay. All right. Is that something that the state is intending to play?
We won't play any hearsay. We'll just make sure that the timestamp is correct for when Deshaun makes that, when Miss Porter makes that comment.
This is a weekly test of the emergency alert system. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
Food City store brands are every bit as good or better than national brands, and yet they cost so.
When Miss Porter makes that comment, Jordan.
All right. And this will be this morning sometime.
Ideally, hopefully.
Okay. So y'all, we actually had a little bit of a delay. One of the jurors
isn't here yet. So in a few minutes after the bench conference, y'all could maybe just get together and make sure you're on the same page on that. All right, so can a couple of people come up here? all of the jury here now, so let's get Mr. Copeland in and we'll get the jury out.
So, Your Honor, we listened to that call, and we're going to stop the call at 14:30, which
Okay,
would alleviate the issue that Mr. Steele brought up.
all right,
And that's on the 16th of June jail call.
all right. Is somebody going to get Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
We can go ahead and have them start filing out as well. People are just getting seated.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope y'all all had a pleasant, long, enjoyable, peaceful weekend. All right, we are about to get started, but I think Ms. Hilton ran out for just a second, so I'm sure she will be right back. All right.
Ms. President, can we have the Zoom link? Good morning, Mr. Copeland.
Good morning.
On cross-examination last week, do you recall speaking with Doug Weinstein about your knowledge of God and knowing that God is in your heart? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Mr. Weinstein asked you if with God in your heart, that is what you were thinking about when you raised your hand and took the oath. You remember him asking you that?
I don't get what you're saying.
Sure. Last week, Mr. Weinstein asked you when you took the oath to testify, if you had God on your mind. Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Okay. And you said he wasn't on your mind, he was in your heart. Do you remember that?
God, yes.
And you and I have had discussions about God. Is that fair to say?
Yes, we have.
Okay. And he asked you, Mr. Weinstein asked you, with God in your heart, is everything that you testified to in trial the truth now? Do you remember him asking you that?
I guess, yes.
But that's not actually accurate, is that, Mr. Copeland?
What you mean?
That everything that you testified to in court while you've been here isn't all true. Is that fair to say?
I don't get what you're asking.
Sure.
You say is everything I testify is true?
Yes.
To my understanding, it's true.
Well, I want to play for you State's Exhibit 399Y, which is your testimony from a few weeks ago with you and I talking about your ability to read, okay?
To read?
Yes.
There are those who skip dessert, but when Ghirardelli chocolate chips make cookies this irresistible, dessert is simply unskippable. Ghirardelli makes cookies a bite better.
The Rooms to Go Labor Day coupon sale is going on now. Find valuable bonus coupons in your news.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as Stacy Exhibit 332.
I can hardly hear.
Now looking at
It's not playing right here.
at State Exhibit 332Y, do you see on here where it says Hertz rental record?
I can't read.
Okay, so you can't see anything on that page?
I can't read.
Do you see the name Jeffrey Williams? Now, do you remember telling me that she couldn't read?
Right? Can I speak on it?
No, not yet.
All right.
There was no explanation of that. I think she's gonna ask him another question and you can, we'll see where it goes from there. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
I'm showing defense counsel some exhibits. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
First, tell me if you recognize Stacy for the 401.
You said that I recognize it?
Yeah.
I never seen it before.
Do you see your name on here?
Yes,
Do you see your signature on the back page?
yes,
All right, and then you said date of December 13, 2018?
yes,
And does it say plea of guilty form?
yeah, yes,
Is this the plea of guilty form you filled out when you took the plea to theft by receiving stolen property back in 2018?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Is this the plea of guilty form that you had to fill out when you took the plea to theft by receiving stolen property in 2018?
I guess,
I'm also now showing you Stacey Gibbon 402Y. Do you see your name on there?
yes,
Do you see your signature when you signed and date this on August 12, 2013?
I see the date.
Okay. Do you see your signature?
Oh, yes,
Did you fill this out when you took your plea in 12 SC 110195? Which was your inter automobile plea?
I guess,
I guess, is that your signature?
what?
On the second page.
I guess,
All right. I'm also showing you what's been marked as Stacey Exhibit 403Y. Do you see your name on here?
yes,
Temple? Do you see the petition of bond that you filled out while in jail trying to get a bond?
you said I filled it out?
Did you write this from the Fulton County Jail?
Yes, I wrote this, but not that.
So you didn't write your petition for bond?
No, this not in my handwriting.
Well, I'm showing you Stacey Exhibit 404Y. Do you see this letter that she wrote from the Fulton County Jail?
Again, this not my handwriting.
Okay. Do you see that this was sent by you from the Fulton County Jail?
That's my handwriting.
This is your handwriting, but you didn't write this.
Yes,
Looking at Stacey Exhibit 401 and 402, you're on the state like this, and that 401 and 402Y. What's that?
Admitted.
Do you see here on page 4, you had to write, are you able to read, write, and understand the English language? You said yes.
yes,
All right. Also here on your plea of guilty form, are you able, can you read, write, and understand the English language? You said yes, correct?
right.
All right, and that's what you signed and date, correct?
I guess,
All right. And last week, do you remember when Mr. Steele put before you the murder warrants in this case? You were able to read the murder warrants in this case?
I don't remember reading that.
Okay. Do you remember when Mr. Shard asked you to read that dismissal form that when your case was dismissed in early this year, that you were able to read that?
He read it for me.
Do you remember reading it yourself?
I remember listening to him and agreeing to, because he reading it for me in front of everybody, so I assumed that what he reading is on there.
Is it the only time that you couldn't read when I had to put something in front of you that dealt with
It's a different, like, that's why I just asked, could I explain to you?
what we got?
Reading and understanding is different. Like, you putting papers in front of me, like, you read that stuff?
Okay, so is your testimony today that you did not read anything last week when Mr. Steele and Mr. Shard gave you documents to read?
He said, did I read anything this week?
Yes.
I don't. Just looked at the paper. He reading it in front of everybody, so I'm assuming whatever he reading, it got to be on there because he in front of the courts.
Okay. Now, that wasn't the only thing that you have not been honest about with this jury now that you testified. Is that fair to say?
What you mean?
On cross, do you remember Mr. Steele and Mr. Shard asking you about the gang meeting with Mo the day before Nut died?
I'm listening.
Do you remember them asking you about it?
You said, do I remember them asking me about it?
Yes.
I guess.
And this is the same gang meeting that you didn't remember me asking you about it or telling me about it. Do you recall that?
You asked me about it?
Yes, and you didn't remember it when I asked you about
What else was it?
it. An answer. Do you remember not recalling that meeting at all when I asked you about it?
I don't even remember. I don't even remember what they asked me about it.
Okay. This gang meeting with Mo, is that the same meeting that you told Detective Thorpe about back in
See,
2015?
I told you, when it came to talking to the detectives, I would tell them anything to get them out of my face.
And is this the same meeting that you told Detective Dennis and Gaither about back in 2015?
I guess, I don't know.
And is this the same meeting that occurred after Rich Homie Quan's car was shot at the studio?
Can you say that again?
This gang meeting with Mo, is this the same meeting that occurred after Rich Homie Quan's car was shot up at the music studio?
Was it after? I don't know.
And is this the same shooting that Nut was at that studio as well when Rich Homie Quan's car got shot up, correct?
Yeah, ask them. I don't know. I don't know who was at where. I don't know.
Now, last week, do you remember saying that that meeting was about you? This gang meeting was about you. Do you remember saying that?
And who I told it to?
Mr. Steele and Mr. Shard.
It's the way that you ask me the question. You gotta ask me the same way they ask me.
Let me ask you this. The meeting about the gang meeting with Mo, that meeting wasn't just about you, correct?
Was it just about me?
Yeah, was it just about you?
The part I know about.
Wasn't this also about Thug? Weren't Thug discussed at this meeting as well?
Was it what they brought his name up?
Yes.
No.
Do you remember telling Investigator Thorpe that this meeting was about you and Thug?
I told you I had to. You keep going to me. When they question me, I was trying to, bring him in it. I mean, like,
I want to play Stacey did a 370 watt,
I don't get it.
78 watt A at 306.35.
I got this to it.
Yes, please.
What they said yesterday, Friday.
It's not playing on this
Yeah,
phone.
the meeting,
It's on here, but it's not playing. The headphone might be broke.
Push, can you push it, make sure it's all the way pushed?
It's already in.
We'll just play it for a little while, maybe it'll pick up afterwards.
what they said yesterday, Friday, they have a meeting. The meeting, like it was a blood meeting, and the meeting was about me and Doug. You and Doug, me and young Doug. But the whole time, I'm telling her like, what Doug got to do with this, bro? Yo, bro, young Doug, bro. I'm like, what he got to do with this? You know what I'm saying? So I'm talking to him. Like, see what you like, bro, it ain't no beef, bro. Like, I keep saying all these young kids, you don't play close shit, don't play young kids. No, I listen, man. But there was a guy that was at me, said, there was a guy down the road, he's supposed to say, kill me and young Doug. So I asked, I got 10 minutes on the phone. I text my phone, like, dang, bro, y'all gonna kill me and Doug? I'm gonna let it say, like, ha ha ha. And he like, bro, what you talking about? Like, ain't that like you said? So another guy told me, like, ain't that like you said? I'm like, okay, this is mine. He like, yeah. So next thing you know,
We're gonna stop it at 307.39. Mr. Copeland, you're the person who brought up Thug, correct?
I guess so.
Detective Thorpe never brought up Thug, correct?
Right, correct.
Matter of fact, he had to clarify who you were talking about, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Remember
So,
how I was telling you that I take a little bit of piece of the truth?
so again, when it has to deal with Thug, that part is a lie. But you being on the plate isn't a lie. But Thug being on the plate is a lie. Is that what you're trying to say?
What I'm trying to say is, when I was talking to the detective Thorpe, I wasn't raised to tell the truth to the police. So, whatever. If you listen to what I said in the interview, I said, what Thug have to do with this? So if it was about me and Thug, why would I be saying what Thug have to do with it? Shit, I would already know.
Okay. But this is because this was a gang meeting that they were putting you on the plate, correct?
I ain't never been on no plate.
Okay. They wanted to kill you and Thug. That's what you told the detective.
Yes, that's what I told the detective.
Now, also on cross-examination, do you recall talking about meetings that you had with the state of Georgia multiple times? Do you remember talking about meetings that you had with Ms. Love, with me, with Investigator Long? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, Cross, do you remember Mr. Steele asking you about when I, Ms. Love, met with you at the Fayette County Jail?
Okay.
And do you remember that line of questioning?
If you said the same way he did, I will. I remember him asking about childhood.
Now, when we met, do you recall it being me, Ms. Love, and actual investigator Viverito that met with you at the Fayette County Jail?
Which time?
The only time that I ever met you at the Fayette County Jail.
You only came once?
Do you recall me coming to the Fayette County Jail one time to meet with you?
I thought you came more than once.
Do you remember going to?
I'm telling you what I remember. I thought you came more than once.
That's fine. Do you remember me coming with Ms. Love and investigator Viverito?
I thought you came with Ms. Love and Ms. Rolette and Long.
Okay, we'll talk about that meeting because that did happen, but I wasn't there. But we'll talk about that too.
Sustained.
In November, do you remember us meeting in November of 2022? Sure. Do you remember us meeting in November of 2022?
I remember you down there, we were laughing. Yeah.
And that was the first time we ever met. Would you agree? When I
Yeah,
came
it was the first time I ever seen you.
And do you remember I was standing on the back wall because I didn't know who you were.
Yes.
You were standing on a wall over to the side.
I remember you was quiet most of the time.
And Ms. Love and Investigator Viverito was standing on the other side of you. Do you remember that?
They were sitting by each other, I think.
Yes. And do you remember telling me you don't know me, so you were being very observant of what I would say to you? Do you recall that?
I'm more watching me Verito.
And why were you watching us here, Viverito?
Because she had her phone in her hand, trying to be slick.
And what did you think was happening with the phone in her hand?
Y'all trying to trick me again.
Okay. And we say trick you again. What do you mean?
Well, not y'all, but the state was trying to trick me again.
And when we met, did you tell us that you did not want to testify?
I think so.
And did you told us that you had left all this stuff in the past?
That sound like somebody say.
And did you tell us that you were upset because when you needed our help, we didn't help you?
I guess.
Do you remember talking to us about Gaither not helping you out back in 2015?
I guess.
Do you remember telling us that we should have got your testimony back then when you were really willing to help us out?
I guess.
Do you remember talking to Ms. Love about a case that she worked on with one of your friends?
I'm gonna definitely do. And she denied it.
All right. And do you remember us talking about the fact that you wanted to write a book
No, I told you I wrote a book.
and that you wanted to get it published, correct?
I said I was thinking about it, but I didn't want to put it out because it had too much violence in it.
And is that what you told us? It had so many bodies?
Violence.
Oh. Okay. And did you tell us that you didn't have a court date and you were trying to get you a court date?
That's what I said. Yeah, I said y'all would stop me from going to court.
And did we tell you we were going to try to figure out why you didn't have a court date?
Yes.
All it true when we met, we never talked about any details about 2015,
Miss Love tried to.
but we never discussed it, correct?
What you mean?
We never went into details about anything that Little D told you. We never went into details about any of the Club Crucial. We never went into details about the facts of 2015. Isn't that fair?
Overruled. And speak into your mic also when you're making objections. Thank you. They're out. Shocker. All right, we'll let IT know.
But again, we never discussed the facts of that case when we met with you down at the Fayette County Jail.
I don't know. My only concern was telling y'all that y'all were holding me in jail. So I can't really be specific with. I can't recall. You got to tell me what y'all was saying.
The only thing we talked about was the fact that you did not want to be in Fayette County Jail and you wanted a court date so you can get out of jail. Is that fair?
No, we was in there for a long time.
And we never discussed the facts of the case. Correct?
See, you talking. I think I'm more. I think I'm more talking to Miss Love, and you was just because I just remember you just kept standing there and you trying to act like somebody in the hood. So.
Was I just quiet and being myself?
No, you acting like somebody I grew up with.
Let's focus on what it is that you're trying to have him clarify.
Now, the next time that we met was in May of 2024. Is that fair to say?
I don't keep up with it, time.
Okay. The next time we met is when I met you in Pittsburgh, correct?
I think so.
Okay. And that was with you, me, and Investigator Long, correct?
Yes.
And we met by the train tracks over in Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? And when you got into the car, you sat in the back seat, correct?
Yes.
And I was in the front, Long was driving, correct? Or in the driver's seat, correct?
No, he stood outside the car.
And he eventually got inside.
He stood outside. I see him stand outside the whole time.
And when we first met, I asked you if Melanie was your attorney, correct?
Yes.
And you said you had not talked to him.
No, I said he is my attorney, but I haven't talked to him.
And you told me that he was your attorney because you had not talked to him, correct?
Huh?
What inspires me to win is to see how many people I'm able to inspire along the way.
You may. All right, can you restate that question? Are you saying was not?
Correct.
So,
Isn't it? I will say.
go ahead.
Yes. Isn't it true that you told me because you all have not talked, he was not your attorney?
No, I always told y'all he was my attorney. Just I don't talk to him that much.
Okay. I asked you if you still wanted to talk to me, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
And we talked, correct?
Yes.
And it was a cordial meeting, which is that fair to say?
I don't know what that means.
It was a pleasant meeting, is that fair to say?
A pleasure.
It was a good meeting.
I just kept telling y'all, leave me out of this. I just want to move forward my life and let my past be in the past.
And when we met, you did not have any pending criminal charges, correct? You didn't have any criminal cases.
I don't know. I know I had just went to court and played to the last case I had open. Well, I had another one from the jail, but
At the time, you didn't know that had been dismissed. Is that fair?
well, the lawyer just told me they were dismissed.
And when we met in the car, we also didn't go into the facts of the case, correct?
Well, I told you I was lying, and you told me that you know I wasn't lying.
Did you tell us that you just did not want to testify?
What you mean?
Did you tell Long and I you did not want to be involved in this case?
Yeah, I don't told the world that I think so.
And then when we were finishing, I asked if we can meet again on Monday. You remember that?
I guess,
And you told me, I'll pray about it. Is that fair?
sound like something I say.
Okay. And we called you on Monday and you did not want to speak to us. Is that fair? All right.
No, I
Then,
don't know, because I still end up down here.
and you came down here later that week, correct? On about Wednesday,
Tuesday.
or Tuesday of that week. Thank you. And when we met on that Tuesday, correct?
I was down here. I don't know if I can't remember if it was you I met with, but I was down here with y'all.
And when we met, you told us you did not want to testify and that you just wanted us to play the tapes, correct?
Cause that's what y'all wanted. That's what y'all said y'all wanted. I don't listen. Now I don't know you. I don't know these trick questions that you asked me or what, but you know what me and you talked about.
Okay.
And I told you that I done lied to these people, and you done got me up here. You talking about put my hand up to God to tell the truth, and I'm lying, but you can't tell me what I'm lying about and telling the truth about.
When you asked me to just play the tapes, I told you I couldn't just play the tapes, that you had to testify.
Oh, I can't.
So he can say, yeah, that's right. He can say, no, that's not right. He can say, I don't remember. He can say, here's what really happened. I mean, it's not testimony, it's questions. And I have and will again instruct the jury that what the attorneys ask is not testimony, it's not evidence. So I understand, and you continue to have your continuing objection, and it continues to be overruled.
And when I met with you, Investigator Long was present, correct?
When?
Back in June, when you came down to the courthouse.
Oh yes, I think so.
And when we met, did I go over with you in front of Investigator Long my understanding of the events leading up to Donovan Thompson's murder?
Jack, to the relevance of prosecutor's understanding of the facts, she wasn't present.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. Did we talk about the events leading up to Donovan Thompson's murder?
I honestly can't remember.
Do you recall telling me that I had most of it correct, but there were some things I had wrong?
I don't remember. Yeah, I think I told you y'all don't got y'all facts together, but I don't know.
And do you recall telling me that some of the facts that we didn't have together was the fact that you had stolen Donovan Thomas's stuff?
What you mean?
Did you tell me?
You talking too aggressive right now, and it's frustrating me.
Did you tell me that the one thing that I did not have correct is that you were the person that stole Donovan Thomas's belongings?
I guess.
Did you also tell me that when I asked you about the shooting with Thug and Nard in the car on the night that you got into the fight with Kel at Club Crucial, that I didn't have all of my facts together regarding the shooting with Thug and Nard? Did you tell me that?
I don't get what you're saying.
Do you recall telling the detectives about a shooting with Thug and Nard in the car, and you and your brother was in another car, and you saw Nard with a gun, and he racked it, and when you started driving away, you heard shots being
I
fired?
told you here?
No, did you tell that to the police?
To my interrogation room?
Yes.
Oh, I tell the police anything.
Do you remember telling me that I didn't have all of those details correct?
No, I don't remember telling you that.
Do you remember me telling you that I had to tell the defense everything that you told me that was different?
You said, only thing you told the defense?
Do you remember me telling you that I would have to tell the defense anything that you told me that was different than what was in the interviews?
And that's when I switched it up.
And that's why you were mad because you did not want me to tell the defense the things that you told me that were different.
Nah, I didn't want you to tell them what I said because I didn't want them to tell on me. So when you said that, I was like, don't say that because I don't want to be exposed.
And speaking about that, when we met, did you tell me that your biggest concern was what the defense?
To the things I did,
Yes.
right?
And did you tell me I don't have a problem testifying for y'all? I'm more concerned about what they know about.
I'm concerned about both of y'all because it ain't, cause, I mean, I don't know. It's just, man, I don't know. You got me up here
And you keep telling me that you keep testifying that you kept telling us that you lied. Is that fair? Do you recall me asking you, what do you lie
Yes.
about? What do you lie about?
You thought I was gonna tell you?
And didn't I ask you, are you talking about like lying to your girlfriend? What are you talking about?
Because I want y'all to like, cause y'all put me in here and I constantly told you, I know I just told you every time that you talk, like I don't lie. So y'all putting me up here and y'all be expecting me to remember the lies I done told. Yeah, I better remember the truth.
And remember when we met, you never told me any lie that you said back in 2015. Is that fair?
All the time, to be honest with you, you ask me questions. Anytime I think about anytime me and you met, it was just laughing, hee ha ha. Like, I don't. You played on me.
Because we were always cordial with one another. Is that fair to say?
If that's what it means.
We were always on good terms with each other, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you recall also telling me that the defense may have a video with you and others bragging about killing Nut? Do you remember telling me that there might be a video that the defense has that it's you and others bragging about we killed Nut?
What about it?
Do you remember telling me that?
I told you that.
Do you remember me asking you if the video exists, can I have a copy of it?
Huh?
Do you remember me asking you if this video exists, would you give me a copy of it?
I don't even. Shit, when I heard it, them people say it over there, I didn't know y'all. I don't know that. I don't know. I don't recall.
So last week when Mr. Steele asked you if there was a video about saying you killed Nut, that wasn't the video, correct? There was a video maybe that said we killed Nut, correct?
What video y'all have?
Is this the video that you said the defense may have?
I haven't seen no video. Y'all ain't showed me none.
During these meetings that we had with each other, at any point, did you ever tell me that what little D told you about the night of Donovan Thompson's murder was a lie?
I don't even, me and you, only time me and you talk about it, it was just, I told you that I made it up. And you like, which part did I make up? And I was like, let D get into my car saying that this, that. And then you was like, so the D never got in your car and said that they killed, and I was like, no. And you was like, why is this my first time saying it? And I was like, I was scared. And then you was like, so you asked me about Noah, and I was telling you, I didn't know him for real. And I just made it up. And you was like, and then you were like, well, I gotta let the defense know. And I was like, damn, you gonna tell them? And then you were like, I have to. And then I just like, damn, don't tell them because the defense already saying that, you know what I mean, too much that they don't need to be saying.
Isn't it true that it wasn't until you were about to testify that you told me some different things about what happened that night at McDonald's?
Because you made me feel comfortable.
And that is when you told me that it wasn't Nard that got into your car. It was Little D and Shannon that got into your car.
Huh?
Do you remember telling me on the day that you were going to testify that it wasn't Nard that got into your car on the day that Donovan Thomas passed away, but it was Little D and Shannon that got into your car?
I don't get what you're asking me.
Do you remember telling me, switching your story up, that it
No, I
was,
didn't switch my story, but I came forward. You made me feel comfortable, and I let you know, like I lied. The D never told me nobody killed nobody when he got in my car.
did you ever tell me what you told me on June 7th, 2024, that Little D didn't say anything to you? That's what you told me, correct?
You just confused me again.
Sure. When we met in June of 2024, that's when you told me that Little D didn't say anything to you. That was the first time you ever said that, correct?
You said that was the first time I ever told anybody that? So I guess I don't get it. Like I hear what you're saying, but I don't get it. I don't understand it.
It was only in June of this year, that was the first time you ever said that Little D did not tell you anything in the car, correct?
Because you the first person I ever spoke with that made me feel like you went after me. So it was like you made me feel comfortable to let it be known that shit, I lied. So I felt like you was somebody I knew. And I wanted to tell the truth to you that I made it up.
Also during these meetings, did you tell me multiple times that you did not kill Nut when we met?
Say that again?
When we met previously, did you tell me multiple times that you did not kill Nut?
Yeah, I think I told you that.
Okay. And did I tell you that there was other evidence that supported what you told me? What?
Sustained.
Did I tell you that? Did I tell you? Excuse me, strike that. Did I discuss with you that I could not show you any other evidence because you were a witness?
Huh?
Did I tell you that I could not show you any other evidence because you were a witness in this case?
No, you showed me the pictures and stuff and the phone calls that you're gonna use. That's what you're talking about?
I did show you that. Was there other evidence I told you that I could not show you because you were a witness?
I don't remember.
Now, Mr. Shard on cross-examination asked you if I showed you all of your interviews prior to trial. Do you remember that?
Can you say it again?
Do you remember last week, Mr. Shard asking you if I showed you all of your interviews prior to trial? Do you remember that?
Can you just ask me this question? I don't.
Do you remember Mr. Shard last week asking you if I showed you all 6 of your interviews prior to
If
trial?
you showed me the interviews, what about it?
Do you remember Mr. Shard asking you if I showed them to you? Do you, Mr. Copeland, would you have sat down and watched 21 hours of interviews with me if I asked you to?
I don't even want to sit down right here and listen to y'all now.
Now, Mr. Copeland, after we met in June, you were supposed to testify on June 7th, 2024. Do you remember that?
All I know is I jump when y'all tell me to jump.
On that day, when you were supposed to testify, do you remember pleading the fifth?
Oh, when y'all locked me up?
When you got locked up because you pled the fifth. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
I never forget it.
All right. And you went to the Fulton County Jail, correct?
That's what y'all took me to.
And then you went to the DeKalb County Jail, correct?
That's what they took me to.
And then on Monday, June 10th, there was a meeting in the judge's chambers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that meeting was with you. Slow down. On that Monday, June 10th, there was a meeting in judge's chambers, correct?
Yes.
And that meeting was with you. You were there.
Yes.
Your attorney, Ms. Bumpus, was there.
And you was there.
I was there. Investigator Long was there.
Yes.
Another investigator, Hamilton, was there.
Trying to look short bald head dude?
Yes.
Yes.
And there were some sheriff's deputies, correct?
A lot of them.
All right. And the purpose of that meeting was to explain to you what would get you out of jail, correct?
I don't know. I don't know the purpose of it.
Did we discuss you getting out of jail?
We've been up for a long time.
And did we discuss you getting out of jail?
Yeah, it was some of it.
And do you remember Mr. Shaw and Mr. Steele asking you about those meetings last week?
I remember, I don't know which one asked me, but I remember being asked about it.
And is it true that there was some detail missing from what they asked you last week?
You tell me.
During this meeting, were you able to talk to your attorney, Ms. Bumpus, on multiple occasions?
She sat right there with me the whole time.
And were there times when we left and you were able to talk to her by yourself?
I whispered in her ear.
But were there times when I left the room, the judge left the room, and you and Ms. Bumpus were in there, and you, the two of you talked by yourself?
I think y'all probably left out before. I can't really remember.
And did I tell you in that interview that the only reason why you were in jail is because you pled the fifth?
That sounds like something you said.
And did I also tell you that so long as you testify that you would not be in jail?
Huh?
Did I also tell you that so long as you testified, you would not be in jail?
Well, me and you going back and forth.
And did I tell you that so long as you testified, you would not be in jail?
Yeah, but I was explaining to you why I didn't want to testify.
And did I tell you multiple times in that interview that the state of Georgia did not want you to be in jail?
That sounds like something you said.
And I didn't just say it one time, I said it. Do you need some water?
Nah, I've been coughing all weekend.
Did I say it to you multiple times in that interview that we did not want you in jail?
I think you said it the whole time.
Now, in that meeting, did I also tell you that I expected you to tell the truth?
And I told you that. I don't lie. If you keep going to the past, if you want me to tell the truth, you can't ask me about what I done told the police because when you know what I mean, I'm just going with the flow.
And do you also remember during that meeting, your attorney asking me if he gets on the stand and says things that aren't true, would I be okay with that?
If I wasn't talking, I don't know.
Do you recall Ms. Bumpus, your attorney, saying, if he says something, that'd be an effect on it. If he says he did something and you know he's not telling the truth, what happens? And my response to you is, if he said he did something and he did not do that thing, and she said to me, if you believe he did not, so if you believe that he's lying about that, then I said, then no. If he admits to doing something on the stand and he did not do that thing, I'm going to ask him, this is the first time you're saying that. And she asked, and you have independent evidence to prove it wasn't him, then what? Then nothing. What do you mean? So she said, so you're okay with him if he got on the stand and said things?
Ms. Hilton, get to the question.
Is it true that I said, no, I want him to tell the truth. What have I always said to you? I want you to tell the truth. I don't know what's going to come out your mouth, but I expect you to tell the truth. Is that what I said to you?
You told me that if I said I killed Donovan Thomas and I ain't killed him, you're going to lock me up. You said that if I plead the fifth, you're going to lock me up. And from my understanding, whatever I had to say doesn't matter. From my understanding.
And let's talk about the part about Donovan Thomas, correct? Do you recall me saying to you, and this was when, we talk a lot about perjury that in the chambers.
What's the other word is too that I was saying?
Purge. Remember we talking about
Them
purge?
two different words. Okay, yeah, that's it.
Okay. Do you remember us talking about perjury and perjury meaning lying on the stand?
I always get confused, but you know it.
And did you have your attorney ask me multiple times, if you testify and say something that I know isn't true, what would happen?
What you mean?
Did Ms. Bumpus ask me on multiple occasions, if you testify and say something that I know isn't true, what would happen?
You told me I don't know. I was trying to get it down pat what you were saying, but because you kept going back and forth about it, I wasn't understanding it, the purge and perjury, because it sounds the same to me. And I was telling you that the stuff I said in the past was a lie. You gotta ask me now. I don't know.
Let me ask you this. When the judge was not present, and it was just you, me, Investigator Long, and the sheriff's deputies, and your attorney, did I ask you, did you plan on taking the stand and saying that you killed Nut to help your friends out because you had a meeting? Did I ask you that?
I think I don't know if you asked me that, but I know I told you that I'm not admitted to no crimes.
Okay. And did you tell me you were not going to admit that you killed Nut?
Yeah, I'm not gonna admit that.
And did I then tell you that if you planned on claiming a murder that you did not do, that is when you'd be charged with perjury?
That's what you just said. That's what I just said. You said. If I said it right, and you asked me when you questioned me, did I did, and I told you no.
So you talking about killing Nut? That at no point did I ever tell you if you just admit to killing Nut, you'll be charged with perjury. Did I ever tell you that?
I don't understand you.
Excuse me, do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
7.
Okay. Found it.
She's not even asking him things about the transcript right now. She's asking him things that happened not on the transcript.
Now, last week, I believe Mr. Shard asked you if I told you you could say I don't recall to every question. Do you remember him asking you that?
He pissed me off too, so I got frustrated when he was talking to me.
Do you remember your attorney asking me, can he say I don't recall to every question? And
Which lawyer?
Ms. Bumpus, in that June meeting.
I don't.
Do you recall Ms. Bumpus saying, can he say I don't recall to every question? And my response to her was, I will hope that is not the truth, because I think there are some things you do recall and some things you don't. But the things you don't recall, you don't recall. And I will go through my process of what I do. Do you recall me telling your attorney?
See, y'all don't understand. Like I think don't nobody in this courtroom know how I feel to be sitting right here. It ain't about what I recall, what I remember, what I don't remember. It's the functioning of my brain as I'm sitting up here. It's like I'm trying to answer y'all, but my brain is in and out. Like I don't. You feel me? Like, I can't. You ask me. It's how you ask me the question. It better. I'm trying to comprehend what you're saying, and then answer truthfully. But it sounds like a trick question because I don't know how to answer these questions. When me and you talk without being in the courtroom, you taught me on a level where I can understand you good. But when you get right here, the question that you asked me made me feel like I'm in an interrogation room, so I don't know how to answer your questions.
In that meeting, back in June, a few months ago, do you remember me telling you that I just want you to be truthful?
Yes.
And do you remember me saying to you, I don't know what your current truth is, but I know what you told the police back in 2015?
Personal observation, non-witness.
Overruled. Do you remember having that conversation in the judge's chambers?
Yeah, because I told you that. Y'all don't got, like, y'all don't know, like, y'all don't know. And you said that your mouth did. Yeah, you're right. We don't know what you're gonna say and what your truth is. So
And do you remember me telling your attorney to talk to you about what impeachment is?
I thought that was the same word as the other perjury, whatever.
But
Ain't that the same?
I can't answer that question for you, but do you remember, did I tell your attorney to talk to you about impeachment?
Talk to me about impeachment?
Yes.
I don't know. I know most of the time we was talking like I don't. My only thing was I was in jail and I didn't understand what was going on. I just felt like I don't know.
Now, also in that meeting, you said, I did these crimes. Do you remember saying that I did these crimes?
Because I don't want my family to, I don't want my nephews and them to hear the stuff that I did.
Okay. When you said you did these crimes, what crimes were you talking about?
I don't recall
When you say you don't recall, what do you mean?
that. I ain't speaking on.
Were these crimes that occurred back in 2015 or crimes that happened more recently?
I don't commit crimes. I changed my life.
So when you said I did these crimes and Mr. Steele asked you about that, or Mr. Shard, what crimes were you talking about that you did?
I guess the ones in my dreams, the nightmares, whatever. I don't know. I don't get what you're asking me.
In that June interview, not interview, in that June meeting that happened a few months ago. And Mr. Steele or Mr. Shard asked you about this last. You said, I did these crimes. I'm telling you that. And my response to you was, okay, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm asking you today, what crimes were you talking about back in June that you said you committed?
I ain't committed no crimes.
Are you saying you haven't committed crimes?
The crimes I committed for, y'all locked me up for them.
So then when you said I did these crimes, were you talking about things that happened in 2015?
I'm talking about the crimes y'all caught me for.
And to be clear, were you talking about any crimes that are charged in this present indictment?
I'm not a part of it, so I don't know. I never read this indictment and don't want to read it or hear nothing about it.
And let's be fair. Were you in custody between June 10, 2015 and February 2019?
Can you say that again?
Were you in custody between June 10th of 2015 to February 28th, 2019?
February 28th?
Yes.
2019?
Yes. God bless you. When did you get out of federal custody?
September 12th, 22nd, one of them days, 2019.
And were you also incarcerated from May 13th, 2020 to May 11th, 2021?
I went back to jail. I did over a year.
Do you remember then going back to jail June 15th, 2021 to July 24th, 2021?
Yes. You said from when?
June 15th, 2021 to July 24th, 2021.
You said from June to July?
June 15th of 2021 to July 24th of 2021.
So you said I did a month in jail?
Yes.
I don't remember that. I remember going back to jail and both times I went back to jail after I got the feds, I was in there longer than a year.
Do you remember then getting arrested in October of 2021 and then being released in February of 2022?
You said October,
Yes.
and then getting released in a year later.
And let me say, going to prison in February of 2022.
2022. Yeah, I went. Yeah,
And you stayed in prison until August of 2022. Is that fair?
yes. 23 when
And then you were transferred back to Fulton County in August of 2022, and you were in jail until March of 2023. Is that fair?
yes, that sound like it.
And you've been out since March of 2023, correct?
Until y'all locked me up for pleading the fifth.
And you spent the weekend in jail.
Yes.
Now let's talk about this October 2021 interview. On cross-examination, do you remember Mr. Steele playing a number of jail calls for you?
Yes.
Shake your head, yes.
Yes.
And do you recall those jail calls being from December of 2022 to about February of 2023?
From December to February. Okay. Yes.
And do you recall 3 of those jail calls were from February of 2023?
Shit, I guess.
And do you remember the 3 jail calls that Mr. Steele played for you? That was after the October 2021 interview that you did with Investigator Riverito was released. You remember that?
I guess.
Now, this is the interview that you told Mr. Sharp last week you thought that the state of Georgia released, correct?
I believe it.
Now, you had a total of 6 interviews with the Atlanta Police Department. Is that fair? 5 from 2015 and then 1 from October of 2021. Is that fair?
I don't keep up with it.
Okay. Do you remember watching 5 interviews in court?
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely. I don't want to watch it no more.
And the only one you did not watch was the October one. Is that fair?
Please tell me not about to watch another one.
Is that fair that you have not watched
Yes.
the October one?
Yes, I have watched it. The world watched it too.
Okay. The only video that was ever leaked was the one from October, correct?
Yes.
Did you know, or are you aware that between the Fulton County District Attorney's Office and the Atlanta Police Department, that we've had that October 2021 interview since the day it was recorded?
Can you say that again?
Sure. Are you aware that between the Fulton County District Attorney's Office and the Atlanta Police Department, that we've had that October 2021 interview from the day that you sat down and did the interview?
Yes.
Did you know that we had the interview for 16 months in our possession before it was released?
Yes.
Did you know that we served that particular interview in discovery in January of 2023?
Yeah. I think I got it.
Yeah, I
Ms.
believe it
Hilton.
is relevant to the assertion that defense counsel made last week when they opened the door, as far as who released this interview. They questioned him. You're right. We
Yeah,
objected.
I mean, I think that is not a fair characterization. There was questioning about it.
And we objected to it, and it was overruled, Your Honor. And he was allowed to answer it. And so we are following up on the ability that he was able to answer that question.
Oh,
Not a jam call. I would like to ask a question to the prosecutor. This is testifying.
all right. It's not testifying. Ms. Hilton, rephrase your question.
Are you aware that that interview was given to defense in January of 2023?
No.
Are you aware that that video was released within 30 days of it being given to the defense?
Overruled.
Are you aware that after the videos were released, we brought the fact that it was released to the courts?
All right, let's take a break. Time for a bathroom break anyway. Yes, sir.
Previously, predecessor court, came to the court's attention that there was a release of what I call discovery. It's October 21, no, October 27, 2021. And it's a recording of an interrogation of Mr. Coker, and it was very harmful to Mr. Coker. The part that was released that I'm aware of, and I believe Mr. Adams was correct, just as lies, well, you say lies, about Mr. Williams ordering people to die. It was very harmful. I asked Judge Landville, predecessor judge, for relief at a bond because it denied Mr. Williams' right to their bond. Predecessor judge said there's going to be an independent investigation to release that, and that he would get to the bottom of it. I never heard back from that. A jail call, I listened to all these jail calls. We had others listen to all these jail calls. On the jail call, I didn't say anything last week. I played a jail call where Mr. Copeland said that immediately after telling the authorities in December, February, 7/22, 7/23, that he had lied and that everything he said was a lie about Mr. Williams. He's telling us his friend and sister. He said all of a sudden, this jail call was this interrogation release. So he believed it was the prosecution team. That's how it all came up. For a prosecutor who's an advocate to then vouch for and put her own credibility in issue, that's what I've been objecting to. And to say, we gave it to the defense. I'm raising my voice, I don't have it. Amplifier in my phone. So I'm not trying to yell or shake your head with a smile. My point is, and I'm sorry, Ron, is that it sounds like I did something wrong. I didn't release anything. I didn't do anything wrong. I was the one objecting for the release of this information. And it was given out, and I'm not very technical, so it was given out a Dropbox, and I was told that's a fair way to do it. Judge Landville and predecessor judge said, don't do it that way anymore. Yet the Dropbox was never taken down. It was all a mess. And the predecessor judge, and I'm not asking for it, they made a great investigation. I just never heard anything. Now we hear on Tuesday, the third day of September, and the prosecution asked the question, was clearly targeted, that did you know that within X amount of time that the defense got this discovery? Mr. Rodriguez answered, no, I don't know when the defense got the discovery. There's no foundation. That doesn't stop Mr. Attorney of saying, then it was released. Clearly, it's the same pattern that they've given about all these witnesses. Mr. Trotanius Stevens, Mr. Dean, DEAN, Mr. Murphy, this witness. Have you ever had to testify in front of Jeffrey Williams or these other people? Now all of a sudden, your testimony is different. And I've been objecting every time because there's no evidence of intimidation. And what happened, which you may not know, and this is based on information I never spoke to Mr. Coker about, so maybe it's not true. I believe he got beat in the jail for the prosecutor to now say that their hands are clean, and I can't ask the question. Judge Randall denied my request to call prosecutors and their agents to assert under oath, under questioning, who released, because it certainly wasn't in Mr. Williams' best interest. So anybody on Mr. Williams' behalf would be a disservice to release that Mr. Williams is having people killed when in the middle of jury selection. So anyway, my bottom line is this Hilton has taken, and I have all the cases we argued before, but has taken herself, and she has moved from the position of asking questions and an advocate to testifying as a witness. You told me, I was there, Detective was at the park. You told me, you only told me this. Did you know that the prosecution served this? Were you aware that the defense had this? All of this needs to be questioned to prosecutor. So I asked the court, not to ask you, I know that this is not how we try cases in the state of Georgia. All of these cases require Michelle to take a witness stand. And if she does, I have no objection. I'm not witness. But it's really not. That's my objection. I'd like her to remove the case. I'm not trying to stymie the prosecution. They have other witnesses. They at counsel table, we all know it. I mean, this is not new. So I asked the prosecution, specifically Ms. Hilton and Ms. Love, to remove the case. I have questioned both of them. I also like to remove my motion. I can follow President. That's my entire objection. The mistrial motion, I don't want to mistrial. I'm telling you, I don't want it. And now the last question had to be the intent of casting aspersions on not only Mr. Williams, but I consider everybody else here by saying that we're releasing information, which I assume is not true. So I don't want to go too far. But the next question will be, and you got beaten, Mr. Copeland, after we released that as intimidation. So those are my motions for this trial that I don't want. Don't want the motion for this trial that I feel no.
One, I did, that wasn't gonna be my next question, because I didn't know he got beat up in the jail. Your Honor, last week when Mr. Shard, I believe, asked,
He may not have, I may not have. I don't have any personal knowledge where I was not told that.
last week when Mr. Shard asked this, he went down a line of questioning about this call being released. And Mr. Shard asked Mr. Copeland, who was his belief, what was his belief of who released this recording? And the state objected, saying that it wasn't relevant who he believed released this video. The court overruled the state's objection. He was able to answer that question, which was he believed it was the state. And at this point, we believe that it is proper for the same reason that he was able to disparage that the state will release such a video.
Okay,
Or-
you need to be careful about what you're saying, because there are questions from the attorneys and then there are answers from the witness stand, and that's what the evidence is. And I do not believe that anybody on the defense side made the suggestion that the state had released it. I mean, the transcript will reflect what was asked and what was answered, but
and maybe not disparage is the right word, but the question was asked, who do you believe released the video? And he says, I believe it was the state of Georgia. I believe that an appropriate line of questioning, Your Honor, is would he feel differently if he thought that the defense leaked it? And to give questioning about what his understanding of what Mr. Copeland's understanding is of what happened and what transpired when this video was released.
well, we already know what Mr. Copeland's belief and understanding is.
But would it change if
That's not what you asked, though.
but I had to give some foundational questions in order to ask that question, in order to
No,
ask
you
what my
didn't.
next question is. Because another question I'm going to ask him, and it's something he alluded to earlier, was that after this video was released, Ms. Love, Investigator Long, Ms. Rolak all visited with him after this video was released to check on him, to make sure that he was okay. And he alluded to that earlier when he thought I was present at the meeting. And all of this happened around the time that the video was leaked. And so I was asking some foundational questions to Mr. Copeland to see if his position would be different if he thought that someone else leaked it and not the state of Georgia.
Then
And
you
I
should
can get-
ask that question.
And I can get to that series of questions, Your Honor, but I don't.
I mean, you are coming very, very close to the line with this line of questioning. I mean, you're basically, the defense is not far off. Let's just put it that way.
So I can move to my last two questions regarding this, which is who came to visit him after the video was released, and would he feel differently if he believed that the defense leaked the video?
No, I'm not going to let you ask that last question at this point. And that's a total hypothetical.
You a little boo thing, so I don't give a hoot what you do. Say, girl, I know you a little too tight.
Not the objection you keep making.
Your Honor, I feel compelled to just make a brief record. First of all, any insinuation that I asked a question about the release is way off. That topic never even came up during my cross.
You know what, and I know you're not finished, but let me just say that I believe that this jury is paying attention and that they have enough wherewithal to remember what actually happened, and for questions that are potentially misleading, I'm not sure why they're being asked, but I think the jury's gonna take note of what got said. And I understand, but I think the jury is doing what they are been told to do, which is to pay attention to the evidence, not the questions.
And second, Your Honor, I just want Your Honor to understand kind of the backdrop here. I guess it was a release. I don't even remember the time that it was released, but apparently it was on social media. When that came to the attention of the court, to my recollection, from my vantage point, yelled at the defense, and this was prior judge, and essentially blamed us. And all of us were saying, well, we didn't do anything. I personally don't even know how to release a video to the press or the internet anyways. But, I just went along with it. Okay, there's going to be an investigation. We're being told we're under investigation. And then all of a sudden, no one mentions the investigation anymore. And it's kind of like, well, if you're accused of something, you would like to know the progress of said investigation.
I'm certainly happy to ask the predecessor court's chambers what's going on with it, if anything, but that's not really relevant to what's before this jury.
Well, it's not until the state, knowing that there was an investigation, knowing that they haven't heard of any findings, then lights this thing on fire again and starts suggesting that we did something wrong. And, I can only speak for myself. I don't believe anyone did anything wrong on this side. I know I didn't. And then somehow those insinuations are coming out in front of the jury with absolutely no basis. And I'm going to join my my friend Mr. Steele, and I'm going to state in my place that I believe the state at this point is goading a mistrial and goading us to move for a mistrial. So I just think that was very inappropriate, and it suggested things that there is just no basis. And in fact, there's apparently been an investigation, and it's been settled as far as I know.
I don't know what has happened, if anything, with that. But would you like to address the assertion that you are goading the defense into a mistrial?
Yes, Your Honor. Number one,
or into a motion for mistrial.
Yes, Judge. Thank you. Number one, we don't want a mistrial. We vehemently object to a mistrial, and we do believe that the line of questioning, whether it was posed by Mr. Sharp or Mr. Steele regarding Mr. Copeland's belief about who leaked that video, was one, not relevant, but understanding that the court ruled as it did, we believe that an inquiry whether his belief that the state leaked the video had some impact on how he decided to testify would be a valid question.
Okay,
Since
that's
it was
again
asked.
not what y'all asked.
Understood, Judge, understood. But I vehemently object to a mistrial. I do not believe that anyone here at this table has done anything, anyone at this table or on the state's behalf has done anything to in any way merit, warrant, call for, justify a mistrial. So we definitely object to a mistrial. And Your Honor, as it relates to the assertion that counsel for the state have somehow made themselves a witness, repeatedly the witness has affirmed that there were people in the room whom either counsel for the defense could call without having to disqualify either prosecutor in this case. So that being obvious, we definitely object to a mistrial, and additionally, we object to the speaking objections that are being made while the jury is in the box.
All right, well, I'm gonna overrule that objection. I don't think that that is going on. Sometimes it's just not particularly clear what the objection is, and if I need further elucidation, then I have permitted that, but I'm going to overrule the motion for mistrial and, or deny the motion for mistrial and deny the motion to remove either Ms. Hilton or Ms. Love from the case. I do think that it appears from the questions that there was somebody else present at every meeting. But, you know, Ms. Hilton, that's another option as well. Yes, ma'am. I can't hear you.
Okay. All right.
Try that one.
All right, can you hear me?
That works.
All right. Your Honor, I want to add that we cannot question any other individual that was at that meeting about Ms. Hilton and the way that she asked some of her questions and made her comments. Let me give you an example. Ms. Hilton said, I was standing to the side because I didn't know you. That's her feelings. That's her reasoning on why she was standing where she was standing. Ms. Hilton also said, I was just being me. I can't ask Detective anyone in
Okay.
reference to that.
Hang on, sorry. I mean, I think that each of those was not a statement, it was a question. It was a cross-examination question. And was this essentially like, is this your recollection or is this what happened? So it was not her testifying, overruling that objection.
All right, and I just want to add that she also said the purpose of the ex parte meeting. So there's no
Which
way that
he said, I have no idea what the purpose of that meeting was. So, I mean, I understand, but it's overruled. Thank you for the additional making of the record. Anything else? All right, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and take our restroom break as well. And let's try to be back as quickly as possible because the jury's already been out for 15 minutes.
Tailgates are better with Sam Adams Oktoberfest. Maybe I am a morning person. It's Sam season!
for coming in.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Mr. Copeland, after the video was released, did anyone from the state come and visit you after that October 2021 interview was released?
No, not that I remember.
On cross-examination, you were asked by Mr. Steele about the murder warrants that were taken out regarding the Donovan Thomas murder. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Okay. And you remember telling Mr. Steele that you never saw the warrants, but you were told about the warrants by your then attorney back in 20.
my lawyer came to the jail and told me I was child murder.
Okay. And do you remember when your attorney came and spoke with you?
I was in the feds.
Were you ever brought to Fulton County Jail for those warrants?
I was in the feds.
Okay. Were you ever arrested on those warrants?
I was in the feds.
Were those warrants dismissed against you?
This is what I was told.
And is it fair to say that you have not or were not indicted for the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.? Is that fair to say?
I don't understand you.
Were you ever charged with the murder, like formally charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Well, my lawyer came to the jail and told me I've been charged with murder.
Okay. And did your lawyer also tell you that the case was dismissed against you?
Yeah, like at one point, I can't remember when.
Were you still in the feds?
I think so.
Now, last week, Mr. Shard asked you about the false statement arrest warrants that were taken out by the Fulton County Sheriff's Department. Do you remember him asking you about that?
Yes.
And it wasn't until last week that you found out that those charges were dismissed against you, correct?
When he told me this, when I knew this, when I first time hearing about it.
Now, do you remember him showing you a document? Do you remember him showing you this document last week of defense 27 Charlie?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember him asking you about Fonnie Wilson's name on here? Do you remember him asking you about whether or not her name was on there?
That's the same paper?
Okay.
Yes.
Right. Did Fonnie Willis sign this document?
I don't fucking know.
Whose name is on the bottom?
Mine? No. Something. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Does it say Kenneth Hutcherson?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that that's not my name, correct?
Now your name is Hilt.
That's not Ms. Love's name?
You just said the name.
Is it fair to say that no one over here talked to you about that case prior to last week when you learned about it, correct?
I don't get what you're asking.
We did not, did anyone from this prosecution team here dismiss this case in exchange for your testimony?
My first time hearing about this case.
Exchange. Did we ever tell you, did any of us ever tell you that your charges would be dismissed if you testified? That those charges will be dismissed against you if you testified?
Oh, the same objection as before. She's just overruled.
Did anyone talk to you about those dismissal of those charges in exchange for your testimony?
I didn't know nothing about church till he told me about it.
So it's fair to say that you are not testifying here today because in exchange for your testimony for dismissal of those charges.
I'm testifying here by voice.
Now, on cross last week, you were asked by Mr. Steele excuse me, let me ask you this. Do you remember Mr. Steele showing you a number of video clips last week from your from your interviews from June of 2015?
Yes.
And then he also showed you clips from your interview in January of 2015 as well.
These are my interrogations.
Okay. And do you recall being asked by Mr. Steele on cross whether the district attorney or the police or anybody ever came back to tell you or confirm with you things that you said? Do you remember him asking you?
I don't get what you're saying.
Sure. Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you whether or not the state of Georgia, the police, or if anyone ever came back and showed you a 911 call? Do you remember him asking you about that?
Yes.
Do you remember him asking you if anyone ever came back and told you that they talked to Valerie?
He asked me no questions. That's what you asked me?
Yes.
Yeah.
And do you remember him asking you multiple questions like that?
Well, he asked me a lot of questions.
Okay, got a question. Now, let me ask you this. You said about 51 months in federal custody. Is that fair?
It's a little bit over, but
After your release, did you want to speak with the Atlanta Police Department?
what you mean?
Once you were released from custody, did you want to meet with the Atlanta Police Department?
They never tried to reach me.
Okay. Did anyone from the state, the police, or anyone ever tell you that they found shell casings on a side street on January 6, 2015?
Say that again?
Did anyone from either the police department, the state of Georgia, ever tell you that they found I'm gonna strike that question out. Okay. Did anyone ever come from the state of Georgia, from the police? Did anyone ever tell you about the Hertz rental car records that you were shown a few weeks ago?
Nobody never said that to me.
Did anyone ever from the police department or the state of Georgia ever showed you the surveillance video that you saw last week?
Which one?
The surveillance video, God bless you, at the gas station.
Say that again?
The surveillance video at the gas station.
You said what about it?
Did anyone ever show you that before you saw it in court last week?
Yeah, I seen it before.
Where did you see it?
On the news.
Okay. Did you ever come into the police department to see it at all?
I never, no.
Okay. Did anyone from the police department, the state of Georgia, ever show you telephone records that they received?
The police just asked me questions.
Okay. Did anyone ever show you your telephone records from 2015?
No.
Did anyone from the state of Georgia ever show you cell phone records from NARD that they may have received?
Which night?
Demise McMullen.
You say that again?
Did anyone ever show you any phone records from Demise McMullen, also known as NARD, that they may have received?
What you mean? With me and him talking?
Did anyone ever show you any telephone records, period, that came from NARD?
Y'all came because no, I don't got my number. I don't know nothing about what you're talking about.
I'm just asking, did anyone ever show you any telephone records? That's
No,
all.
no.
Did anyone ever show you any telephone records from Duwop's phone?
Nobody never showed me no telephone naked.
Did anyone ever play any calls from jail with Duke and Javorce Bradford or Tuda
How I supposed to know it?
Did anyone ever play that for you?
Oh, no.
Did anyone ever show you telephone records from OG Bentley?
No.
Did anyone ever show you any phone records from Thug?
Who?
Thug.
No.
Did anyone ever play any phone calls from Shannon Stillwell for you?
You showed me.
I showed you, I played for your telephone call with Shannon.
The visitation.
Not the visitation, a phone call. Did anyone ever play for you a jail call with a phone call with Shannon?
No.
Just because you didn't see these things, does that mean that these things do not exist?
Huh?
Just because you never saw these things doesn't mean that it does not exist.
I suppose no.
Okay. Now, Mr. Copeland, on cross-examination, you were asked by Mr. Steele about the fight at Club Crucial. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Do you remember also testifying on cross-examination that you spun out in the Infinity with Quindarius Zachary?
I don't know nothing about that. I don't recall. I don't know what you're saying.
Do you remember testifying last week that you were in the Infinity a few days before Nutt's murder and it spun out on the highway?
What you asking me?
It's apparently, you're not the only one that objects to it. Mr. Copeland does not understand what you're trying to ask him. Rephrase the question.
Last week, do you remember being asked by either Mr. Steele or Mr. Shard about the Infinity spinning out on the highway a few days before Nutt's murder?
Why don't you just try to ask it maybe in pieces?
Do you remember last week being asked about the Infinity spinning out on the highway?
Yes.
Okay. And did that spin out happen right before Nutt's murder?
What you mean? So you saying right before it happened?
Do you remember telling last week on cross-examination?
I remember saying that. So I read the card and I gave it the threat.
All right. And then you also remember you gave Threat the car at the studio the night before Nutt's murder, correct? You remember giving the car to Threat the night before Nutt's murder, correct?
Listen.
Is that yes? You remember that?
I remember getting threat the car and leaving.
Okay. And you also remember stealing Nutt's chain, correct?
I ain't steal nothing.
Or do you remember taking Nutt's chain out of the car?
What about it?
Do you remember testifying that you remember that last week?
I remember.
And that you testified to remembering that you gave him back the chain, correct?
Yes, I did.
But the only thing you don't remember now is what Little D told you in the car at the McDonald's. Is that fair to say?
It's not remember. It's like I told you, I made it up. The D didn't get in the car and tell me that.
And is it only now in 2024 that it's convenient that you don't remember what D told you, or that D did not tell you anything inside of that car?
Because I didn't think I didn't think it was gonna be a big deal. I just, if I knew that it would have did all of this, I wouldn't even, you know what I mean? Like, damn, man, I keep telling y'all.
Do you remember on cross-examination, Mr. Steele asking you about the shooting at the gambling house?
I done been involved in so many shootings, man. Like, you gotta be more specific.
The shooting at the gambling house that happened the week before Nutt passed away. Do you remember talking to Mr. Steele about that?
He was more specific, and I'm asking, can you be more specific?
Do you remember Mr. Steele asking you if you heard a 911 call from the shooting at the gambling house where
Okay.
Thug's car got shot at?
I remember he asked.
To your knowledge, did Thug ever get his car window fixed?
To my knowledge, did he ever get a car fixed?
Get the car window fixed?
I never seen a bullet hole in his car.
So you're saying that you never saw the window get shot out
No.
at the gambling?
When the night that happened, I was so mad. Shit, by the time I noticed he was gone, I didn't even, I don't know.
Now, do you remember last week on Cross that Mr. Steele showed you the surveillance video from the Texaco gas station?
Yes.
And do you remember him asking? Ask you if you saw Shannon get out the vehicle. Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember that asking.
First, let me ask you, did you or Thug get the car window tinted on the Infiniti after you rented it from the Hertz rental facility?
I don't know what you're talking about.
So you don't know if you got it tinted?
I don't even think the car had tinted windows on it. I can't remember if it had tinted windows on there or not.
I'm asking, did you or Thug go get the windows tinted?
I don't know if the car was tinted. Like, I don't know. I can't remember if the car was tinted or not.
Now, on the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, it's fair you were not at the gas station that night, correct?
I told y'all I was at my baby mom's house.
And you only told the police what Little D from Mechanicsville told you, correct?
I told the police whatever to get them out of me.
And in that interview, you told the police that Little D told you that they switched cars at the gas station, correct?
Excuse me. You say that again?
Sure. You told the police that Little D told you that they switched the cars at the gas station, correct?
I told the police whatever to get it off of me.
Do you know if they switched the cars behind the gas station?
How would I know? I just know when I looked at that video where they showed me last week, I didn't see nobody switch cars, so I felt that that'll prove that, you know what I mean, that I lied in the past. I can't speak on now, like.
But you only know what Demekian told you, correct?
He didn't tell me that.
Now,
if he would have told me that, I would have knew. So for example, let's say if they did switch cars at the gas station, the camera would show that. So I that's why I keep telling you, stop going in the past. I ain't trying to go to jail, but if you're gonna keep going in the past, I'm telling you, don't do that because I lied.
Okay. Do you know if there were cameras behind the gas station?
To my understanding, there are cameras all over them.
I'm asking you specifically, do you know if there were gas station cameras behind the gas station?
You gotta go ask the gas station and see.
Now, on cross-examination, Mr. Steele asked you, or you told Mr. Steele that Thug encouraged you to speak to the police on the night of the murder. Is that fair to say?
I don't recall telling him that. I don't know.
Let me ask you, did Thug take you down to the police department to go talk to the police?
No.
On the same night of Donovan Thomas's murder, your family's house was targeted, correct?
My baby mother's house was.
And to your knowledge, Mr. Williams or Thug's stepfather's house was targeted, correct?
To my knowledge, I don't know. I don't have a clue. Still to this day, I don't know.
Now, on cross-examination, you told defense counsel that you had multiple phones back in January of 2015. Is that fair?
I did.
Okay.
I had two, not multiple.
You had two phones. Now, I'm going to show you a screenshot. Stacy did a 378 Yankee Alpha.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
Can you cut that down just a little bit?
What?
The air.
As in hotter or colder?
It's freezing. Thank you so much.
Now, do you see this screenshot of 378 Yankee Alpha?
Yes.
And is that a phone in your hand?
Yes.
And I'm going to also show you a screenshot from 378 Yankee Bravo. And do you have a cell phone in that picture as well?
I guess so.
Now, when you said you had two phones, did you have one phone that was your primary phone?
Can you be more, what you mean?
Is there one phone that you use more than the other phone?
I got both of them for the same purpose.
What was the same purpose?
To use them.
Is there one phone that you call Deshaun on primarily?
I call on both phones if I had to.
Okay. What about calling your brother Trez?
I treat both phones the same.
Do you remember the phone number for both phones?
I actually got locked up with the other phone.
When did you get locked up with the other phone?
For my probation violation.
The phone that you showed Detective Thorpe on January 11th, that is the phone that you had with you the night of Donovan Thompson's murder, correct?
Can you say it again?
The phone that you showed Detective Thorpe, that is the phone you had with you the night of Donovan Thompson's murder, correct?
Yes. That's my one showed in the interview?
Yes.
Yes.
And that is the phone number that you gave him for the night of Donovan Thompson's murder, correct?
I don't remember which phone number I gave him. I can't just say yeah or no to that.
Now, do you remember, we talked about this earlier, Mr. Steele playing for you a jail call from December of 2022. Do you remember that?
December 22?
Yes, when you were in the Fayette County Jail.
Yes.
And do you remember in that call talking to your, I believe it was your sister, about Yak overhearing a conversation that you had?
Yes.
And that Yak was in the bedroom, I believe, with your cousin, and you were talking to someone else, and he overheard that conversation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were concerned that he was going to tell people about the conversation he overheard. Do you remember that?
I wasn't concerned. I try to be more secretive about whatever I got going on.
What was the conversation that you were having that you were concerned he was going to go back and tell?
I don't think you heard me. I like to be secretive about my conversation.
Okay. Well, let's play Defense Exhibit 250. And we're going to only play from 425 to 559.
I need to put the headphones on?
Yes, please.
It's working now? It's not working.
This is a coordinated monthly test of the broadcast stations in your area. Equipment that can quickly warn you during emergencies is being tested. If this had been an actual emergency, official messages would have followed the alert tone. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
YouTube.
The WNBA is on Ion Friday night all season long. Find where to watch at IonWNBA.com.
I like a fever, oh, that Haley Bieber glow, so giddy up.
Is it showing up on your computer?
It's right here, but I hear it out loud. I don't hear it in through these. Let me take it out, put it back in.
Are you on the Zoom? Can you see that same screen?
Can I? It's right here.
That same screen on your computer?
Mm-hmm.
Overheard me and somebody just having a conversation.
Yeah.
Know what I mean? So
Hello, this is a prepaid.
Last week, it seemed to just take it a minute before it would play on there. And also, where are the good headphones that were around a few weeks ago? Anybody know?
We were still looking for them, Your Honor. I think it got carted away with the other.
I think so too, but that might help also.
We are trying to find those people.
All right.
Like, so we're only gonna play 450.
Yeah, I can hear it.
I mean, and then they overheard me and somebody just having a conversation. Know what I mean? So he was in sister house. Yeah, this nigga was late. No, sister house, cousin. Oh. This nigga was laid up in her bed, and I was in the living room. I was in the living room telling nigga. I was telling my partner, like, man, look, man, these fuck niggas got, this and that and third. I'm telling him what's going on, like, these fuck niggas lying on me. You feel me? Mm-hmm. So when I'm telling him that these fuck lying on me, this nigga, yeah, the whole conversation come out the room. Mm-hmm. So when I see him, my mouth dropped. I'm like, what? You feel me? Like, so he heard the whole conversation. Until like, shit, fuck it. I mean, I already know you could go back and let them niggas know what's up. Like, he tried to tell me that what I was talking about, I was wrong. And you know what I was talking about? I'm like, yeah, I do know what I'm talking about. I ain't stupid. That's funny. I said, that's crazy thing. Y'all just put them up for my people. And I did. You know, what's your name went kind of posting on your Instagram page and try to come back around. Man, I ain't come back around y'all niggas. I just got saying. Come on, man. Y'all need crazy ass thinking I'm stupid.
Now, Mr. Copeland, what conversations were you having such that you were concerned that he was gonna go back, he being Yak was gonna go back and tell people about the conversation you were having?
What you mean?
What were you talking about to your friend that he overheard that you were concerned they were gonna go back and tell?
I plan on doing something to somebody. That's what I said.
Then in the call, didn't you tell your sister that you said, I was in the living room telling this N-word, telling my partner, like, F these N-words, this, that, and the third. I'm telling him what's going on, that they plotting on me. You feel me? When I'm telling him that these N-words are plotting on me, this N-word, yeah, hear the whole conversation, and he came out the bedroom.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So, who did you think was plotting on you?
Then I tell you, I like to I think they was planning on me.
Who's the they?
Mr. Williams.
Okay.
That's why I said.
And you were concerned that Yak was gonna go back and tell Mr. Williams and them, which you were telling your friend?
I wasn't concerned about him going back and telling me. I really was debating, should I let him leave?
Did you tell Yak, I already know that you fixing to go back and tell them what happened? And he trying to tell you, I'm not gonna do that.
Me and my friend was looking at each other, trying to debate on what we had going on right in the day.
And it's safe to say that you didn't do anything, Yak left the room, correct?
Yes.
Now, also, during the same call, and even in the course of your testimony, you said that you lied on Thug. Do you remember testifying to that multiple times?
I told you that.
What are the lies that you told him?
I put a lot of blame on him that I know that I should never did. If I, like I said, if I knew that it would have caused all these problems right here, I would never did it. But I told you I was going through a dark phase in my life. And at the time, I didn't care about none of the choices I made in life. And through the midst of, I was going through that phase, I had my little girl, and she gave me a purpose. So, I'm done.
No, are you done? But specifically, you keep saying that I told these lies because I thought it would get me out of trouble. So what are the lies that you told on Thug that you thought was going to get you out of trouble?
Whatever the police wanted me to say. If they brought his name up, about anything, I didn't care. If he could have been in another country, I would say he's right there, and he did it. Like he had something to do with it because they made me feel like they wanted him, and they only got me because of the stupid stuff that I done done. And if I could get them something to help them out about him, then they'll let me go. And that's what I kept doing. And the whole time, they knew that I was just doing it, and they didn't care.
So let's talk about some of the things you told the police about Thug, okay? Do you recall that you told the police that Thug's window was being shot out? That Thug's window was shot out at the gambling house?
I think I said it in the interview.
Do you recall that you told the police about Mo and other Bloods wanting to harm you and Thug?
I think I probably did.
You told the police about a concert with Thug and Rich Homie Quan.
I probably did.
You told the police that Thug gave you money to hold.
What you mean by that? Be more specific.
Sure. You told Thug that he may one time give you $1,000, but like that you could keep, but he may have given you $300,000 that you could flash.
That nigga ain't never gave me. I mean, excuse my language, but he never gave me $300,000 to flash.
But it's fair to say you told him he gave you some money to hold.
What you mean?
He gave you money to flex with, to flash with.
Now, as we together?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what you told the police, correct?
Girl, I ain't gonna tell them it was my money.
At some point, did you tell the police Thug just gave you money that you could flash in the club?
Right, so the police asked me where I get all this money from. My job is to lie to the police. That's how I was raised up. I'm not gonna tell them that oh, I break in stores, or I do this and I do that. I'm gonna tell him that, hey, he's legit. It's store money. If I knew that it was gonna backfire me, I would never said that.
You also told the police that you didn't know what beef Thug and Nut had, correct?
I probably did.
You told the police that Thug rented the Infinity.
I did.
You told the police that on the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, that Thug got into another car with a girl and Little D, correct?
That might be one of the stories I told them. I can't be specific if that's what I said.
You told the police that Thug was not in the Infinity at the time of the murder, correct?
I probably did.
You never told police that Thug shot anyone. Is that fair to say?
Huh?
You never told the police that Thug shot anyone, correct?
Yeah, I did.
No.
I told the police.
You never told the police that Thug shot Nut, correct?
Oh, no, I don't think I told them that.
You never told the police that Thug was driving the Infinity at the time of Nut's murder, correct?
I didn't tell them that either. It wouldn't make sense to tell them that.
You never told police that Thug was bragging on the murder of Nut, like Nara and Dolly, correct?
Yeah.
You never told the police that Thug bragged on Nut's murder, correct?
I never heard nobody bragging on it.
You told the police that Nara and Dolly bragged on Nut's murder, correct?
No.
So everything that you told the police that we just went over, which one was the finesse?
The one that made more sense, where you take a little bit where you know that they can prove, and then
But if you're trying to finesse
put the
them,
twist on it.
if you're trying to finesse them to get out of jail, why not say Thug was bragging about the murder?
When I say he bragged about the murder, what you mean?
Why wouldn't that be believable?
Who brags about the murder?
Why wouldn't you say that Thug was driving the Infinity at the time of the murder? He rented it.
Because I'm talking to Gaither and Dennis. Like I've been dealing with them for a long time. I know they're a long way from stupid.
Right, but that's believable. He rented the car, so why not tell them that? Rephrase your question. Sure. If you're trying to finesse the police, why not tell them that Thug was driving the car?
Because think about this. This man, the multi-millionaire superstar. If I go in the police station and be like, yeah, Thug was a getaway driver in the killing of a Nut, they gonna look at me like I'm stupid.
But he rented the car, didn't he?
And why would you rent a car to commit a murder?
But you told the police that he rented the car, correct?
But there's something I know that they can prove.
All right.
They can prove that he rented the car. But I don't know if it was this car that was used in the murder.
Why not, if you just trying to finesse the police and you didn't care they were going to verify what you said, why not make up the beef that Thug and Nut had?
Because you got to get this. You got to, like I said, you got to get the facts together. You got to get stuff where you know they can go back and see. Like, for instance, okay, they jumped on me in the club. Everybody know they jumped on me in the club. So I can say, hey, they punched me in my face. They happened. Then I can say, oh, okay, something that didn't happen. They can't prove that this ain't happened or they did happen.
And you wanted to tell them things that they could verify, correct?
Can you say that again?
And you wanted to make sure you told the police things that they could verify, correct?
I'm trying to make the police believe that I can help them. And if they let me go, that's what I'm willing to do. So every time they say the time they didn't let me go, you see, I never came back and helped them. When I told them I get on their gun back, what they had to do, they had to bring a SWAT team to get me. So anytime they let me go, they knew I wasn't coming back.
On cross-examination, you talked about a meeting that you had with your lawyer and the U.S. attorneys back in 2015. Do you remember telling Mr. I believe Steele about a meeting that you had with your lawyer and the U.S. attorneys back in 2015 or sometime during that period?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember telling Mr. Steele that there were some APD officers present when you were going to have that meeting with your lawyer and the U.S. attorneys?
Yes.
What APD officers were
Gaither and Dennis, and it was another lady, but I don't know her name. And it was the ATF agent. It was everybody who was in the interrogation room
You mean interrogation room in that June interview?
when they locked me up.
Do you remember how long you were in the feds before you were going to have that meeting?
It was like probably for a couple months because I filed my lawyer right out the whip.
And why did you fire your lawyer?
Because he working with the state, he was trying to work with the police.
And when you said he was trying to work with the police, what was your understanding of what he was trying to do?
He was trying to get me to do whatever they wanted me to do.
When you say he was trying to get them to do what you wanted.
He was trying to get me to work for the police.
And was that going to be in exchange for a reduction in your sentence?
That's what he told me. He told me that if I go down there and talk with them, they'll throw my case out. But he didn't say it. Like he lied to me how he said it, but he was like, when you go to court, I mean, we just gonna get this case swept under the rug. But when I got down there, it was all the police, they locked me up and I got mad.
And then you decided not to move forward with whatever the agreement was.
Yeah, because I seen it got real and I knew what I had done.
Now, last week on cross-examination and on direct, you testified that YSL is not a gang, correct?
And it's still in the game.
And you testified that it was a music label, correct?
Well, that's the purpose of it.
Okay. And it's a music label that you were never signed to, correct?
Clearly.
Okay. And you never done any songs with Thug, correct?
I haven't.
Now, on cross-examination, do you remember Mrs. Steele playing a portion of the On the Porch video?
Off the porch.
Off the porch, excuse me, thank you for perfect. The Off the Porch video with you?
Yes.
And that was Defense Exhibit JW246 for the record. Now, that's a blog for up-and-coming artists, correct?
Yes.
And you talk about music?
Yes.
Right. And you talk about life growing up, correct?
I think so.
Now, the portion that Mr. Steele played, was that was the portion when you called yourself a gangster and said that you would slap people in the face if they tried you or something like that. Do you recall him playing that portion of the
Yes.
clip for you?
Yes.
But that was not the entirety of that interview. Is that fair?
No.
Okay. I want to play for you a few portions, okay?
Put the headphones on?
Yes, please. I'm going to first start playing Defense Exhibit JW246, starting at 00 and ending at 007.
Yeah, they little Woody Freehand Entertainment. They trying to pull with Dirty Glove, that's Slat YSL for life.
Now, there you said Slat YSL for life, correct?
Yes.
And again, you were never signed to the YSL label, right?
No.
Okay. And Slat means slime love all the time, correct?
Slat means slat.
Slime love all the time?
Yeah, I guess.
Now I want to play JW246 at 9:15 to 9:47.
You dropped a music video for that song too. Was that your first music video you shot?
Yeah, first one ever.
Yeah. How'd you think that turned out?
It was fun. It turned out great.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. I like it. Still watch it today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you rep YSL. You dropped a music video for that song too. Was that your first music video you shot?
Yeah, first one ever.
Yeah. How'd you think that turned out?
It was fun. It turned out great. You know what I mean? Yeah. I like it. Still watch it today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you rep YSL a lot in your music.
Dang.
How far back does your relationship with them go?
Yeah, still.
When you said rep he asked you if you rep YSL in your music. You said gang, correct?
No, I said game.
Why would you say gang?
Game, like I wanted to be a part of YSL. I want, like, on the papers, I wanted to be a YSL artist.
This interview was done in 2020, correct?
One of them years.
Is it fair to say this was after you got out the feds, correct?
Yes, yes.
All right. And at this point, you had known Thug for a number of years, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And it was fair to say at some point in time y'all were friends.
Yes.
And even at this point, you still were not signed to YSL label, correct?
But me and him spoken about it. And he just told me I had to convince him that this is what I really wanted to do.
And you still aren't signed to the label, correct?
I had went back to jail.
I'm gonna play the last section, which is 2010 to 2040.
Other than that, you know, everything. Yeah.
That's what's up. All right, any last words to shout out before we get you out of here?
You know, shout out to the game. YSL for life. You know what I mean? Shout out my nigga Munt, Ralph, you know, Drake. You know what I mean? For the ops. You know what I mean?
You said shout out to the gang, YSL, some other people, Threat, and then fuck the ops.
Mm-hmm.
Who are the ops?
The ops.
The ops of another record label?
No, my ops. Fuck them.
All right. But this is after you talked about shout out to the gang, YSL, correct?
I said shout out to the game. And I said YSL. I said fuck the ops.
When you said shout out to the gang, YSL, you're not talking about the music label, correct?
Which, can you say it again?
You're not talking about the music label, correct?
I don't get what you asked.
When you said shout out to the gang, YSL, you're not talking about the music label, correct?
I'm pretty sure, I know you're not you're not in the streets, but you keep sticking on this gang stuff, and I don't know how much it's gonna take to convince you that when you're a gang, you can't be 2-3 different gangs with sets of members. Like, again, you can't be YSL, the gang in your voice, and be a blood, because let's say if YSL is a gang and YSL get into a blood gang members, you gotta pick. So what you gonna do? You're blood or you YSL? It don't make sense. And if you're a blood's not gonna let you be YSL. If it's a gang. Just like with Crips or just like anything else.
But you gave up being a blood, correct?
Yeah, I did.
All right. So when it said YSL for life, gang, that's who you rep.
No, I said, no, I always been 30 deep when I was a gang member. But 30 deep is not a gang. You know what I mean? It's just my neighborhood. A gang in Atlanta is Bloods, Crips, GDs, or whatever. And let me correct that. To certain people, it's not a gang to them, but y'all trying to say YSL when you know, Atlanta, we monkey see, monkey do. We see people doing something, we want to be a part of it. We want to represent it. We want to say it. If you see that most of these people in the courtrooms don't got no ties to me, I've never seen them before. So you can't say it's a gang. A gang, everybody know who he is. Everybody, we rock together. A lot of these guys, we don't did stuff to each other.
And it's in the same video where you called yourself a gangster, correct? That's the portion that Mr. Steele paid for you last week, right?
It's entertainment.
Now, on cross-examination, Mr. Steele played for you a portion of that jail call with you, Max, Thug, and Deshaun. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember the portion of the call that he played for you?
Yes. Well, I remember some of it.
I'm going to show you. The station is 405 Watt.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to go through a jail call that the state played for you, the Stone played for you earlier. This week, it's, Your Honor, it's already in evidence. It states exhibit number 295Y. And specifically, Your Honor, starts at 128. And just to orient the jurors, this should be the 13th day of June, 2015. So 13th day of June, 2015. And I believe you said, you're on the phone, and there's other people on the phone too, but Jeffrey's sister, you identified her, or she's been identified as Max. And then Jeffrey in the background, maybe voice on the phone. It's on the call. I'd like to just play that short snippet, okay? I can hear me. I don't think it's playing. Yeah. Yeah. How much the money? 15,000. But I put the bun on the back. You found the bun too? I'm on lockdown, so they let me out one time a day. But my brother did. You just when he hang up, we don't got his budget on me. You tell his brother so he get your money. He's your brother. No, I'm saying his brother on time. Yeah, he's done. Where you at? I mean, you ain't got no rap. I had to get your brother friend. Meet me on University. On University where? All right, they gas station you already. You know where they say meet me on Chevron. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, right. What did he do? I'm gonna take some money. He told what I did. Well, you can walk. Yeah. So, you tell him I'm so cool. You better don't put your plan. I'm so. I'm so get on his walk away on what it looks. You don't give a fuck. Hey, these guys don't have to come meet you so you get your money. Don't say who's going so you get out, bro. And when you get out, who they I can tell I really feel some type of way. I'm gonna talk to you about it so you get out. Man, this is that upside. I ain't playing with you. I ain't fucking playing with you either. God put a birthday on the way. What's wrong with you? Yeah. I appreciate it. But I love you. He hear you? Yeah, he just want to put mine up. He said you got to get your mind up. Man, bro, I just left my dog. I ain't never nobody, bro. I just felt like he was living with I ain't shit. He ain't never got that long. You just want to be out there fixing. Well, when you fucked up on more, you ain't got to be out there fixing. Shit, I had no choice. So what's going to get you time?
That's it.
Yes, and that is where Mr. Steele ended the call. You remember that from last week?
Yes, that was last week.
Okay. Now, a few things. Do you recall last week, Mr. Still asking you when you all were talking about Little D? Do you remember him asking you if Thug said anything when you all were talking about Little D? Do you remember him asking you that?
Shoot. I don't know what brought the D name up.
Do you remember Mr. Still asking you though specifically if you heard Thug say anything when you mentioned Little D on that phone call?
I don't get what you're asking me.
Last week, after Mr. Still played that call for you,
Yes.
do you remember him asking you some questions after he played that call for you?
Yes.
And do you remember him asking you whether or not Thug said anything after you talked about Little D in
Right.
the jail call?
Yes.
And do you remember your response being no, Thug did not say anything?
He didn't. I didn't hear him say anything.
Is that not Thug who says Little D, that pussy ass told?
Oh, you gotta play it again. I didn't hear that.
All right, I'd like to go through.
You playing the whole thing go?
Jail call should be the 13th day of June, with other people on the phone too, but Jeff on the phone. It's on it.
Can I speak?
I can hear me. I don't think it's playing. What's up? Yeah. Be done. Yeah. How much the money? Just 8,000. But I put the bun on my back. You found the bun too? Yeah, I'm a lockdown, so they let me out one time a day. But my brother me a kid. You gotta when he hang up, click on his buddy, he said his brother so he can get money. Is your brother? No, I'm saying his brother was dying. Yeah, you got where you went? I mean, you don't got no ride. I could get booked in friends. Meet me on university. On university what? All right, they gas station already. You know where they get at meet me at Chevron. Hey, yeah. Yeah, right. What did he do? I'm gonna take some money. He told what I did. Well, you can what? Yeah. You tell him what?
Did you hear we said D told pussy ass?
Yeah, I heard it.
Is that not Thug who said that?
I can't say 100% if it was him or somebody else. I can't say, but I heard it.
Now,
But me going to jail was for a gun that he bought for me. So throughout the interviews, you'll see that they just be me breaking my mojo. I mean, the D name was never brought up for me to say he ain't right. It's proof of me lying, and I'm pointing it out to you.
Where you saying that little D wasn't right because you wanted him to claim the gun from the Dunbar Center.
No, I was saying that D wasn't right because I'm trying to manipulate everybody.
Now, Mr. Steele, when he played the call for you, he ended the call, but that was before Max actually got off the phone. Is that correct?
What you mean?
When he stopped the call, that wasn't the entirety of when Max was on the phone with you, correct?
He played the call. I listened to it.
I want to play for you 378 Yankee Echo, and we're going to start at 3:48. And my apologies for the record, we're going to be playing 395 starting at about 350.
You ain't never got there alone. You just want to be out there twisting. Bro, we ain't fucked up no more. You ain't got to be out there canning this. Shit, I had no choice. That's what's gonna get you time. I said no putting. I keep telling you that. Yeah. So what's that shit, bro? Hey, you gotta realize, yeah, for the girl, we killed nothing, so they gonna stay on you. Yeah. But they're working shit, boy. You just don't know it be your hood, boy. Your hood is scared you. Don't do that. Trust me, your hood is the main hood. Them the main people that want to have you fucked up before anybody else on the street do. They won't tell you for they scared of you. I already know. You gotta stay away from that shit. You got a little girl now. I've been telling that shit. I ain't even gonna lie. I'm just mad at your ass, bro. On my money, bro. You gonna have the phone going out for me like I don't did something wrong, bro. Calm down. Motherfucker. Man, you know Valerie told me that. But I'm telling you, listen, big bad. You call my phone 20 times, bro. You know what I'm telling you? You know, just call my phone 20 times. No call ID, then we get right in the car. You walk past me like you're a boss. Bitch, I got it on me, that fake ass weave in your head, ho. I just rock your ass. And I got my pistol on me too, ho. I'm trying me fuck wrong with you. I just told on me, this fat ass ho. She wanted to keep on drama, bro. Yeah. Come on, man, this hoe just told somebody look just on house. Don't listen to her.
You finished?
So the portion that Mr. Steele did not play was when Max said, "Swear to God, we killed Nut." Correct?
What you mean?
I played for you the clip.
I heard you. I don't get what your question is.
The portion that was not played was when Max said, "Swear to God, we killed Nut."
She said they swear to God we killed Nut. But if that's what you want her to say, then
That's what the recording says. "Swear to God." I'll rephrase it.
Sustained, rephrase.
In the interview, did you hear, "Swear to God, we killed Nut"? I mean, in the jail call, excuse me.
I'm telling you what she said. I mean, I talk to her on a daily basis. I might not ain't here, but I can I can understand street talk slang, and she saying what they saying in the street. They swear to God we killed Nut.
Did you hear the person in the background said, "We smoked Nut"?
Yeah, play it again. I didn't hear that. But I never heard of that.
We'll play the rest of that portion.
Thank you. I want to hear the whole thing.
Shit, I had no choice. That wasn't gonna get you down. I said no fucking. I keep telling you that. Yeah. What's that shit, bro? Hey, you gotta realize, for the girl, we kill nothing, so they gonna stay on you. Yeah. But they're working.
Can you play it again? It was so fast. Not the whole thing. I can't.
Yeah, we're just gonna play.
That wasn't gonna get you down. I said no fucking. I keep telling you that. Yeah. What's that shit, bro? Hey, you gotta realize, for the girl, we kill nothing, so they gonna stay on you. Yeah.
Did you hear that?
No, I didn't hear it.
Okay. Let me ask you, who is the we?
Huh?
Who is the we?
See, you hear what she said? They gonna stay on me. I don't know.
He says, swear to God, we kill Nut. Who is the we?
Ask Dolly.
I'm asking you.
This.
Sustained. Why didn't you ask her what we are we talking about?
Because that's what the streets are saying.
So who is the we? Sustained. You didn't ask. Why didn't you get clarification as to who she was talking about?
Because I heard it in the streets myself.
So when you heard it in the streets, what did you hear in the streets? Sustained. When Dolly is talking to you, is this when you were being shot at because people thought that you killed Nut?
I don't get what you mean. Can you be more specific?
When you told Dolly that it was people were coming after you, was this because people thought that you had something to do with Nut's murder? Sustained. Why did you think people were coming after you?
It was more the police that I was really speaking on coming after me. It's like every time I did something, they was popping up. Like I wasn't worried about nobody in the streets. It was the police. So that's why I kept saying to come after me. I was going to jail for charges I didn't even crimes I didn't even do. Like that's why I was telling her like, I ain't got nobody. I ain't got nothing. I ain't got no money to get myself no lawyer. Every time I come outside, the police locking me up. I actually went to jail in a county I never even been to.
When you heard her say, either according to you, you think or they think we killed Nut, who did you understand the we to be?
Shit, they kept telling me. They kept saying me and these people on the west side, me and Moulton, me, Dr. Head. They were trying me and everybody to it. So I knew she was talking about me and whatever the streets saying. So
And all those people you just named, those are all people who are associated with YSL, correct?
no.
Now,
All the people that was associated was Doug and Moulton. And that's not there was, y'all try to put a part of this.
now you talked about at any point did they ever say that it was you and Dolly that killed Nut?
Yeah, what you mean?
You said that they were saying it was me and Thug, me and Moulton, me and this person.
I'm pretty sure you heard the rumors when it happened. You know what I mean? They put my name in there with everybody.
I'm asking, did they ever put your name in there with Dolly?
I don't remember them saying it. So I can't say yeah or no to that.
Now, you continuously talked about wanting to finesse people. do you recall last week, Mr. Steele showing you a clip from your interview when you were talking to Detective Dennis about Bloody J and having Bloody J and Thug become friends again? Do you remember him playing that exhibit for you?
Yes.
I'm going to play for you State's Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo at 10:40.
It's the same one?
Jurors, when they're getting all these set up, because it seems to take a minute, if y'all want to stand up and stretch or anything, that'd be a good time to do that. I know it can get tedious sitting all day long, so do it all day long. Lawyers too. We're waiting on y'all, so when you're ready, go.
In 2015, that you tried to get Mr. Williams through Jeffrey, and do you know who Bloody J is? I heard of. Do you know the given name Justin Ussery, excuse me. Well, that's fine. I'm gonna use Bloody J, okay? Do you remember telling the police, and this is your JW 240D, as in David States Exhibit number 378YE, it's June 10, 2015, meeting, interrogation, whatever, or conference, with law enforcement and Mr. Copeland. It's 10:37 a.m. to 10:08 a.m. And Mr. Copeland, tell us if you hear this, okay? And if it's not correct, as Detective Dennis tells you, so the night at Crucial, when you were saying they jumped on you, you said, when all the, I'm just not saying, but SHI line popped off. So what happened, Detective Dennis, what happened when you came outside with Bloody J? Because you were saying last time that there's overlapping conversation, I can't understand multiple people speaking. And you said, when Detective Dennis said, when you were trying to bring everybody back together. And then Detective Dennis said, you were like, is he ready? And Thug or Jeffrey kept saying, nah, he ain't ready. You remember that? That was Detective Dennis saying, you remember you told us that when you said, you mixing things up. You're talking about the time we was in when I called Bloody J and tried to get him and Jeffrey or Thug. You said, back, cool. That's what I'm targeting, okay? So please listen to it. If I said it wrong, just say it right. Your Honor, can Mr. Copeland listen to this, please? And the jury. So the night at Crucial, that when you were saying they jumped on you, right? Well, shit popped off. So what happened when you remember saying that you were.
Now, watching that video, do you see that you corrected Investigator Dennis when he had some facts wrong?
What you mean? You said did I correct him?
Correct. Did you correct in the interview? Did you correct Investigator Dennis when he had some facts wrong?
Right. I'm listening.
So if you were trying to finesse the jury, why even correct him when he had something wrong?
I wasn't trying to finesse the jury. I was trying to finesse the police.
Correct. When you're trying to finesse the police, why correct him if he had something wrong?
Because they after me. And like I said, just when we going, one thing I know about Dennis, I know I gotta come correct when I'm talking to him, so I gotta. Like Dennis, I know Dennis play games.
Right. So you said, when it comes in, you have to come correct. That's what you just said, right?
No, I'm saying like when I say come correct, I'm saying like I gotta. It's hard at convincing Dennis and Gaten. Like you gotta really make them believe like.
Because they can see like you said before, Gaither can see through your BS, correct?
Mm-mm. What I said before is that like when I make up the names, I know that I can't come to Gaten with the names I done made up. She gonna already know I made them up. So it's different like when I'm dealing with like different police. When it come to Gaten, I gotta be more convincing than I will with Thorpe.
Okay. Also, let me ask you, in 2015, is it fair to say that you were closer to Shannon than you were with Duwop?
With who?
With Duwop.
If I was closer with Shannon than I was with Duwop?
Yes.
I guess.
And matter of fact, Duwop is Yak's friend, correct?
I'm cool with Duwop.
But that's more Yak's friend than it is your friend. Is that fair to say?
I guess.
So if you're trying to finesse the police or mixing some truth with a little lie, then you would agree with me that the full truth doesn't matter, correct? Like if you're trying to mix in a little truth with a little lie, then the full truth doesn't matter, correct?
So my whole purpose was in the interview was my little girl birthday is coming up. And every time they got me, they would ask me questions and they laugh and act like they was believing the stuff I was saying. So when they got me on June 10th, I didn't want to go to jail. I'm not scared of jail. You feel me? I know how to adapt to my environment. It's just the timing of when they got me. And my whole purpose was if I could convince these people that I work with them and I help them out and do whatever I do to let me go. And that's what my intentions. Y'all keep dragging me in here like I got facts. You know what I mean? And I don't.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted at 378 Yankee Echo at 534.49.
Do I listen to it or it's a picture or something?
I'm going to show you and you're going to listen to it.
Okay.
Or I'm going to ask you if you can listen to it.
Yak driving, Shannon with the AK, Nara with the pistol, and Duwop with the pistol. Now, I don't think Duwop had a pistol. Okay. Right. But you just know what seat, how everybody was sitting in the car, all you know is that Yak was driving. I just know Yak, they said Yak was driving. That's based on what Nikion told you. Yeah. You know me. Okay. Did they say that to anybody else or just y'all was so? Right.
And we're going to stop it at 535.18. In that clip, you clarified for the police who had guns, correct?
Again, if I wasn't there and Lil D wasn't there, how could we say what happened?
All right. Because you were telling what Little D told you, correct?
But if Lil D wasn't there, how could he tell me what happened?
Okay. You told the detectives and you clarified that it was Shannon and Nar shooting the gun, Yak was driving, and Duwop didn't have a gun. That's what you just told the police, correct?
Right.
If you were just trying to tell them anything, why not tell the police that Duwop had the gun?
Again, I can't, right now, everybody in this courtroom see what's going on in this courtroom. The people who's not in this courtroom, they can't say what's going on in this courtroom. So if Ladie say that this what happened in that car, he had to be in that car to know that. If I say this what happened in the car, I had to be in that car to know that. Neither one of us in that car to know that. So it shows again that I'm just saying whatever.
I'm asking you, why would you tell the police or put the gun in your friend's hand when you could have put the gun in Duwop's hand?
So again, January they got me, February they got me, whatever month come after that they got me. They got me every month. I wasn't convincing neither of them times because they were locking me up or whatever. I wasn't convincing them, so I had to be more convincing. It ain't like it's just like, okay, let me put it on Duwop or that. It's the spare of the moment. So in the spare of the moment, you gotta get them up off for you. You just gotta off the top. Like I wasn't listening to this. I'm sorry. I mean, like, I don't mean no harm, but I wasn't there to be able to say what anybody had. And this just proof. And no matter how many times you ask me, which ways you ask me, it's just what it is.
And again, you're just telling the police what little D told you, right?
The D can't tell me something that he ain't. If Ladie say I was in the car and this what happened, then okay, I say that. But if I'm sitting right here lying saying Ladie told me something that I know that he didn't tell me and he know that he didn't tell me, because for us to know that we had to be there.
And the reason why you wanted to make sure you were accurate with what you told the police is
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
the reason why you wanted to be as accurate as possible when you talk to the police is because they told you they were going to try to verify what you were telling them, correct?
Well, when Nut got killed, the people on the scene was already saying what they saw. So, like I said, you just take pieces of what you hear, you know what I mean, and you just put them together.
Now, last week, Mr. Shard talked to you about making up fictional characters. Do you recall that?
I think I just spoke on it.
Yeah. He asked you about making up Little Rick and Quez as related to the stolen items that were found on June 10, 2015.
Listen.
Do you remember him asking you about making up when you talked about Nut's chain? That he said that you made that up as far as stealing Nut's chain and who stole Nut's chain?
I made somewhat to a certain extent, but the truth of the matter, I didn't steal it. The door was open. I keep telling you that.
He asked you about making up characters as it related to threat shooting up the barbershop. You remember him asking you about making up individuals regarding the barbershop being shot up?
I'm listening. I'm listening.
So if you know how to make up people in those instances, why won't you just make up people for the night of Nut's murder in order to finesse your way out of getting in trouble?
So if you realize Gaither and there wasn't in front of me. So when Gaither and them did get in front of me, I know what I'm dealing with. And when it was in the investigator that I knew didn't know me, I could tell them anything. But when it's Gaither and them in front of me, I gotta convince them. Like I gotta convince them that to make them believe me. So just like for instance with Shannon, it was stupid that I put Mitch's name because I know Gaither gonna be like, Woody, really? When have you and Shannon never not been together? But I just a roll of a dice.
Do you recall that it was Gaither who you told about Little Rick and Quez?
Oh, you confused. Say that again.
Do you recall that it was Gaither who you talked to about Little Rick and Quez?
So
oh, sorry.
Yes.
Do you recall it was Gaither who talked to you about Little Mike and Quez?
Yes. But I said they were from West Side.
Ms. Hilton, how much longer do you think you anticipate on your redirect?
Probably about 20 minutes time.
All right,
maybe about 25 minutes.
Good.
Well, I'm sorry. I have 2 jail calls, so it's gonna be a little bit long.
All right, let's break for lunch. Y'all be back at 1:30, please. right, we were gonna take up a matter at lunch that y'all got notice of, but I don't think that everybody got notice. So we're gonna just try to reset that for maybe Friday. All right, anything before we break for our lunch? Yes. Okay. Does it have to do with like scheduling or something? Okay, well, I'm not gonna release everybody to go until they want to stay and hear it. Speaking of things that have nothing to do with the case, but have something to do with scheduling, Mr. Harvey, I want to see on an entirely different matter if you might be available on one of your other cases that is before me on a day that we're not going to be in court on this case. Come up here. So we'll see everybody back at 1:30.
missing, few weeks. Oh, that's all right.
Okay, I don't know how far we're gonna get today, if we're gonna finish Mr. Copeland, but y'all have your next witness lined up, just in case? Okay. All right, let's get Mr. Copeland back in and get the jury. Where's Mr.? Yeah, we can. Yeah, we adjusted it, but it hasn't moved at all. The temperature hasn't moved. Is that what you're talking about? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. D-A-I-S-H-A-W-N. I didn't hear you. You're welcome. Anybody need that?
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Bolton.
I believe you had testified that you did not recall ever telling the police that you, that Nard and Dolly had bragged about killing Nut. Do you remember saying that before?
I ain't say nothing about it. I don't ever recall. I never heard anybody bragging about killing him.
Okay, I'm going to play for you Stacy Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo at 3:48:46.
The lady telling me story, like, but they talking about Johnny. But I never heard Shaq talk about it. I heard God talking about it. I mean, what is it? I mean, fuck it, bitch. I mean, so then I heard doing the first time, she talking about that. I mean, what she said? She just that man girl, yeah. She just talking about like, yeah, fuck that nigga. Talking about things I take my books. And what is
Did you hear when you told the police you heard Thug's sister talk about it and say, F that nigga. He something. He shouldn't play with my brother.
No, I didn't hear. I didn't understand now one word out of the whole thing.
You need to play it again?
You played it 10 times. I just can't understand. I can't make out the words.
Why did you bring up that? Talk about killing that.
Miss Hilton, it's about trying to convince them. So I'm pretty sure you watched the interview and you laughed at the stuff I said and you knew that I'm lying, but
And you told this to police on June 10th. Correct. That was the day that you got arrested, correct?
I don't know what I said in that interview.
And it was on June 13th that we heard the phone call of the Dolly saying we killed Nut, correct?
Again, she said they saying.
But that was on June 13th that jail call happened.
I can't say what date it happened, but I heard it on the jail call.
And it says that jail call was after your interview with Gaither and Dennis.
You tell me.
Now, you've said on numerous occasions throughout your testimony that you feed the police whatever lies that you're telling in the moment, correct?
What you mean?
That whatever lies you're making up, you make it up in the moment, correct?
Not necessarily. Sometimes they might ask me a question where I'm not prepared for. Like, my only thing is, my being interrogated, my only thing is get them off of me. So, by any means necessary, get them off of me. With Detective Gaither and Dennis, I know that, you know what I mean, I got to be more convincing with it. I keep telling you that.
And all the lies you make up while you're in the interview, correct?
No.
So you make it up beforehand?
I actually tell myself lies on a daily basis that then, like, I'll put stuff in my head and make myself believe it so that, but they just when it comes to certain, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man, at this point, I'm over it. You know what I mean? Like,
So when you're sprinkling your truth with your lies, is it fair to say that you don't make up the lies with anyone else?
now, what I'm saying is, I'm trying to tell you that there was back then, like, you feel me? You trying to make me go back into, you know what I mean? Like, I play games, like, that was back then. So now it's like, it's hard for me to answer your question because you keep going back then.
Well, we're talking about the interviews that you did back then.
Right. So I'm in the interrogation room. I'm scared. I'm nervous. I keep going to jail every chance the police see me. So some things I just knew where they out there.
And my question to you is, it is fair to say that you made up these lies on your own, correct? Whatever you were telling the police back in 2015 to finesse yourself, you were making those lies up on your own, correct?
I'm not up here trying to reveal my hand. So what I'm saying to you is I lied back in 2015. If you want me to be speaking in general, like over the whole curse of the thing, like you gotta be more specific. Like with this situation right here, they questioned me one time. I told them out the real when he questioned me, I told him whatever I told him, I don't remember. The next time he questioned me, I told him something different. I don't remember. Every time he questioned me, only thing I could remember was to convince them that I didn't do these crimes.
And
Let me go.
And my question to you is, in all of your interviews in 2015, you keep telling the jury that you spring a little bit of lie with a little bit of truth. My only question to you is, those lies that you were sprinkling in, you made them up on your own, correct?
But somebody supposed to help me make it up? Like, I don't get what you're asking.
That's all I'm asking. Did you make up those lies on your own?
Did I make them up on my own? Did I make them up on my own? You need to be more specific.
Did you make up the lies with anyone else?
Somebody like, did I go to somebody else tell them lie with me?
Yeah.
I went to people and told them what was going on,
Okay.
what the police questioned me about, and I said certain things to certain people.
Who did you tell those lies to?
I don't remember who all I told it to, but I told it. I have
Who were some of the people you told the lies to?
Monton, Lil D,
Which little D?
from my neighborhood.
Okay. From Mechanicsville.
Yep.
Okay.
My brother. Shit, I told Vlad to excuse my name. Yeah.
Did you tell Shannon about the lies that you told the police?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure I probably did.
Did you tell Thug about the lies you told the police?
Yeah.
Did you tell Yak the lies that you told the police?
No, I don't think I told. I don't, because I didn't really talk yet much, so I don't think I told yet.
And what lie did you tell them that you told police?
And then I spent the story that, you know what I mean? Shit, I told her, goddamn it, you know, shit, these motherfuckers on me, so I put it up on everybody else, get my food.
So you told Montauk that you told the.
I got
you. So I want to be clear, because you said you told Montauk. So you told Montauk, I went to the police and I told them that Little D told me about what happened the night of the murder.
No, I told Montauk that the detective Thornton questioned me and he let me right back out. I said, this nigga dumb. Like, I said, I told Montauk that shit, you can tell Detective Thornton anything. He gonna go for it.
Did you tell him specifically about what Little D told you?
Little D never told me nothing. So this is how I go. They don't question me so many times. Even over the phone, they don't call me. Now, who did this and then dating? Who did this and then third? I ain't do it. I don't care nothing about it. I don't want to hear nothing about it. Why? I ain't in handcuffs, so I didn't really have to come up with no story.
I want to talk specifically about the June interview, okay?
Yes.
When you gave up most of the information.
Most of what information?
Did you tell Montauk that in that June interview, I told the detectives that Little D told me what happened the night of the murder?
I told, okay, every time they question me, and I left, the one y'all didn't lock me up on, and I mean, I was telling the D, I mainly told the D, I mean, because I felt like the D always had my back, so I was telling the D what the police were questioning me about, and the answers that I was giving them, and the D like, damn, what you hear? Like, with Moontoon, just like, shout to them, they own me, you feel me? Like, but they trying to get me, you know what I mean? Like, I put off on Shell Kill, like, I just told Moontoon stuff like that.
So I'm asking you specifically, yeah, because this is my question. Did you ever tell Montauk that you told police that Little D told you what happened the night of the murder?
Well, I can't be specific about that because, like I said, I know I went back to Moontoon. I got into it with Moontoon because, like, I was telling him, like, but they own me, and then I felt like he was starting stuff up. So, yeah, I felt some type of way towards him.
So, yes, you did tell him what?
I told Moontoon, I feel like I was telling him that how I was spinning the police and he was creating a problem. So I stopped talking to Moontoon at one point. So I can't be specific on what I was telling him, but I just kept telling him that, you know, I told him that they asked about me and him. They asked about me, him, and, I mean, not me, him, but me, Doc, and Head. So they keep tying me to the murder, and I just kept throwing it off on shit. They nut them roll out the plug, this and then third. Like, they just going for it. That's why I was telling. I can't really be specific on what I was saying because it was so long ago.
Let me ask you this. Did you tell Montauk that it was Shannon, Nard, Yak, and Doo-Wop that shot Nut?
No, I mean, we don't discuss that. Like, I don't know nothing about saying none of that.
You said you also talked to Shannon about what you said to police. Did you tell Shannon that you told police that he, Yak, Doo-Wop, and Nard shot and killed Nut?
Why would I tell him that? I mean, Shannon he probably was surprised to hear that I said that. So I don't.
Did you tell Thug that you told police that he drove the Infinity? That he rented the Infinity, that Shannon, Yak, Nard, and Doo-Wop were in the Infinity when the murder happened?
I didn't think this stuff was gonna come out, so because like I said, so I didn't tell them none of it. What I'm telling them that for? I don't want to.
And did you not tell them because you knew you snitched on them about what happened the night of the murder?
Huh? I can't snitch on nobody that I don't. Like I said, if I knew the problems that I caused would have did this, like I said, you know what I mean, I didn't even think y'all would do this. So talking about I snitched on somebody, this ain't their case.
Let me ask you this. Outside of Deshaun, did you tell anyone what you told police about Yak, Shannon, Doo-Wop, and Nard killing Donovan Thomas?
I'm make sure you hear me this time. I don't know. I never seen Yak, Shannon, Doo-Wop, and Nord. They never told me they did anything to Nut Donovan Thomas. I never saw them do anything to him. I'm not trying to defend nobody, no nothing. Y'all trying to use lies that I've told in the past against these men. And I'm just here to straighten it up on my behalf that I lied. So you can't sit here and say I snitched on them for a crime that I don't know if they committed.
I ask a better question. Did you ever tell anyone outside of Deshaun that you told police what Little D told you about the night of the murder?
You saying outside Deshaun? I never told Deshaun that they did this. I told Deshaun that people were saying I killed Nut and I didn't do it. That's what I told Deshaun. And I told her that she needed the police know that I didn't do it.
And so I ask you again, did you tell anyone that you told police that Shannon and Yak killed Nut?
You said, did I tell the police?
Did you tell anyone that you told the police that Shannon and Yak killed Nut?
Did I tell anyone that I told the police that Shannon and Nut killed?
That Shannon and Yak killed Nut?
I don't know. You confusing me.
Now, so is it fair to say you never told anyone that you told the police that Yak and Shannon?
You trying to trap me up?
Sustained. Did you ever tell anyone at all? Yes, no, or you don't remember?
I don't know that he's answered it, so I'm gonna overrule that.
It is yes, no, I don't remember. Did you ever tell anyone that you told police that Yak and Shannon killed Nut?
I don't know how to answer that because I don't want to say yeah I did. I don't want to say no I didn't because I can't remember.
And can you not remember because you don't want to tell me an answer?
I've been telling you the answer since I've been in here. So what's the purpose of me getting up here saying now? Like I told you last week, whenever I told you that if I would seen them, they would have told me that they killed Nut. I would stop right here and say that Shannon said he killed Nut, Yak said he killed Nut. Neither one of those told me that. I told you that I was going through a phase in my life, you know what I mean, and trying to tell the police anything. Yeah, every time they question me, I told Mouton, hey, Yeah, man, I just left down there. They trying to question, but they trying their best to put it on me. They trying to do this. Why? They, you know, I called him a squirrel brain back then. I said, man, that nigga did tell the story so stupid. You know what I mean? Like, so, and I told it to Ladie. Ladie laughed at me like, boy, you crazy. I put it off on anybody to get them off of me because they keep coming at me. They keep trying to get me. They keep trying.
Earlier, did you say that I don't recall means I don't want to speak on it?
No, I said I don't recall because you're confusing me and I don't want to. You trying to make me lie. So you're asking the question in a way like you talk to me back there in a way I can comprehend you well. So you know I'm talking the way I'm talking. I can hear you, but I don't like my level of understanding is different. So if you talk to me like how you talk to me in a bad street way, then I can answer you better. But the way you ask me now is just like it seems like it's a trick question. You want me to say something? Just straight up say it to me.
Last week, do you recall when Mr. Weinstein asked you about an interview that you did recently?
With DJU.
Yes. And that I guess in the interview you were thanking God that you were not on this indictment. Do you remember Mr. Weinstein asking you that?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you thank God that your name wasn't on this indictment?
You said why I'm thanking God that I'm not on there?
Yes.
Because how y'all keep locking me up. Like, y'all done lock me up. Y'all locked me. Y'all locked me. They locked me up for looking at the police the wrong way. Like, so to see y'all lock up everybody and I'm so traumatized by keep going to jail. I'm expecting to be. I'm already in jail at the time, so I'm already expecting y'all to come down there and get me again. So
the crimes that you talked about last week that you said you committed, you said that you
when I said
shot up.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That you shot up Rich Homie Quan's dad's barbershop with threat. Do you remember?
I said it out of frustration.
Okay. Was that a crime that was done on behalf of YSL?
Huh?
Was that a shooting that was done on behalf of YSL?
Miss Hills, you know me. You know what I mean? If I do anything, I do anything on my own. Like, ain't no a crime on behalf of YSL. Like, I keep telling you, y'all trying to make YSL be a game and now that a game you got shot callers, you got structure, you got leaders and all of that. Like, YSL a label. So if like how y'all got all these peoples in here or whatever, you can't say that, oh, for instance, I got charged, y'all charged me with a possession of a firearm and some possession of some pills. And the gang charge saying that I had you because I'm a gang member. No, I'm not a gang member. I don't have drugs, had drugs because I'm a gang member. Like, but y'all making this stuff be what y'all want it to be because y'all can do that. But it's not right.
Back in 2015, did you have a beef with Rich Homie Quan?
No, I never had beef with Rich Homie.
And isn't it true that you told police that Thug had an issue with Rich Homie Quan because he brought some IF gang members to his condo?
No, Threat had issues with Rich Homie Quan.
I didn't ask about Threat. I asked about what you told police regarding Thug having an issue with Rich Homie Quan bringing individuals from IF gang to his apartment.
Thug was protecting Rich Homie Quan. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So, like I keep telling you, y'all don't have y'all facts together.
So I'm asking you a specific question. Did you tell police that Thug had an issue with Rich Homie Quan bringing members of IF gang to his condo?
Again, when I'm talking to the investigators, I'm gonna tell them anything to get them off of me. But as I sit right here, I'm telling you the God and the truth that Thug, I had an issue with Rich Homie through Threat. And about my partner, whatever he went on with, they don't have nothing to do with YSL. Y'all trying to make it seem like this has some just because they don't have nothing to what I do and what Threat do, they don't have nothing to do with YSL.
I still think I heard it. Did you tell police that Thug had an issue with
I think I
Rich
just answered
Homie
you.
Quan? I don't think you did. Oh, if you did, I did not hear you. So
I'm sorry. I said it. Thug was trying to protect Rich Homie. He was calling us saying that, man, hey man, leave Rich Homie alone. Like, he don't tell me what to do.
So that still didn't answer the question. Yes, no, I don't recall. Did Thug have an issue with Rich Homie Quan bringing members of IF gang to his apartment?
So did you have an issue with Rich Homie?
I'm asking you for what you told the police.
And I'm answering you. I just told you several times. I tell the police anything.
Do you recall talking about the shooting at the studio with Rich Homie Quan's car last week with Mr. Sharp?
I don't know nothing about it.
And you asked him if he had proof. He asked you if it was you who did it, and you asked him if he had proof.
Right.
Why was that your response to his question?
I ain't answering it. I don't know.
Was that shooting done on behalf of YSL?
What shooting?
At the studio? The one you asked him if he had proof of.
Yeah, because that was my first time hearing something about some shootings. I don't recall. I don't know. You might as shooting at the studio
Now, Mr. Sharp, on cross-examination, I believe he said to you that you had time between January 11, 2015 and June 10th, 2015 to make up the lies that you told on your friends. Do you remember him asking you some questions around that?
Can you ask me that again?
Sure. Last week, Mr. Shard asked you whether or not you had between January of 2015.
Okay, great. Can you sustain, but with regard to being able to hear you, do you have I think the mics might be working now, so pick it up and.
I'm going to.
Yes,
the
it
record-
works. Yes.
I'm going to eject that's a
Sustain.
mischaracterization of the testimony.
Do you recall testifying, Rosa, maybe I had the question wrong, about what happened between January of 2015 and June of 2015?
Can you ask it again?
Sure. Let me just ask you this.
Yeah, that'd be nice if you would just get to what you want to ask instead of whether he recalls what he said last week or not. I mean, just skip that part.
Thank
Just
you,
get
Your
to
Honor.
the question you want to ask.
Thank you. On January 11th, you did not tell the detectives what you knew because you were trying to protect your friends, correct?
No, I tell you, I was raised to lie to the police. So if you look at my history, like police asked my name in the past, I've told somebody else's name. I just do that for no reason. I walk down the street, police, what's your name? I say, I give my little cousin's name. Driving without license, what's your name? I give him somebody else's name. So this is how we raised up.
And in this interviews, all these interviews, you gave them your real name, correct?
Because they know who I am.
All right. And in all these interviews, you gave them your real phone number, correct?
Because you gotta understand, like, when you lying, you ain't lying to get caught.
But you just said you were raised to lie to the police. So, but you didn't do that in these interviews.
I did it to the ones who didn't know the information that, like, for instance, with Gaten. Gaten knew my name and stuff. She knew my number. Why would I lie? And
but you didn't do that with Thorpe, correct?
yeah, because what I had to do that for.
And you didn't do that.
I had to go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, because it didn't take a rocket science. So they talking about a murder. This is serious. It's serious. So you gotta come correct.
You didn't lie to Detective Curry about your name and who you
I don't know who that is.
the one who interviewed you after they shot at you, Deshaun and the baby.
I'm a victim.
All right. And in that June interview, when multiple detectives came and talked to you, you didn't lie to them about who you were, correct?
About who I was?
Who you was.
They knew who I was. It get to the point the police don't even ask me my name no more. They just walk up on me. Yeah, they already know everything about me.
In January 2015, you hoped or you thought that your friends were going to protect you out in the street, correct?
I've been protecting myself since I've been protecting myself.
By the time June came, Shannon wasn't talking to you anymore, correct?
That's a lie.
Okay. If Gang wasn't shooting at you, correct? If Gang was shooting at you, correct?
You know who's shooting at me?
People from If Gang were shooting at you, correct?
I can't say for a fact.
In June, you thought that Thug was trying to kill you, correct? In June of 2015.
I was going to use that for a platform to start problems with. So I use people to, you know what I mean? I don't, to be honest with you, yeah, I let people get in my head.
And by June of 2015, you thought that you were out here all by yourself, correct?
I still feel like I'm out here by myself. I'm just trying to keep myself free.
And that is why you told the police what you knew or what Little D told you about Nuts murder, correct?
Like, D never told me anything. And again, if you ask me now, we can speak now. But if you want to keep going in the past, I'm gonna keep telling you the same thing. Like, I didn't tell the police anything.
Now, you known that you had to testify in this trial since, or that you were going to be asked to testify since about November 2022, correct?
The way y'all played it, man, y'all kind of kept me in a blind. But I in my heart, I felt like y'all probably was gonna call me, but people tell me, well, not people, but I was hearing that y'all won't call me because y'all know I was lying. So, like, to the day you can't see me in Pittsburgh, that's why I'm like, oh, damn, when the day you can't see me in Pittsburgh, I was like, dang, they for real.
And ever since you either heard about it in 2022 or I actually came to see you, you have not wanted to testify in this case, correct?
Said it, yeah, because I lied. I knew I lied. You can't put me up there to lie. Why you think I'm so scared because I don't know, I can't remember my lies. So it's just like, you don't know which one to lie and which one to truth. So you can just easily be like, well, you lying, we'll lock you up. I ain't trying to go back to jail.
And for the last 2 years, you've been trying to figure out how you gonna get around having to face your YSL counterparts about what you told the police back in 2015, correct?
Anybody know me, they better be serious with me.
And you made up in your mind that you were going to tell this jury whatever it is that you were going to finesse, that you were finessing the police back in 2015, correct?
I had no intentions in sitting in front of this jury. Y'all forced me to sit up here. Y'all gave me immunity. I told y'all I lied and I'm gonna plead the fifth.
And because we forced you, you had to figure out how to finesse your way through testifying in front of this jury, correct?
I'm not finessing my way. I'm telling my truth. Like, and this just that.
Now, in 2015, you consistently said you told the police whatever you could to get yourself out of jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And your finessing was about you getting out of jail, correct?
And me only.
It was never about protecting Thug back in 2015, correct?
And it still ain't about right now. It's like, and you might try to say I'm protecting him now. It's just my conscience. You know what I mean? My conscience knows this man ain't did anything. And I'm not trying to have it on my conscience.
But in 2015, when you talked to the police in any of those 2015 interviews, you always omitted your roles in crimes because that would make sure that you did not go to jail, correct?
I don't understand.
In 2015, when you talked to the police about crimes that you were involved in, you left yourself out of it, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Because that would make sure that you didn't go to jail, correct?
What you mean?
When you talked to the police, you didn't tell them about your role in Rich Homie Quan's dad's barbershop shooting, correct?
Did they ask me about that?
You told them that Rich Homie Quan wanted to pay money for Threat to shoot up the barbershop, or wanted to pay people to harm Threat because he shot up the.
Yeah, because I'm trying to make the police believe that I can help them. So a lot of stuff I told them back then is just like, okay, I'm the key. I'm the one with all the information. You know what I mean? So that was my motive back then.
Okay.
So I was speaking on a lot of stuff that, you know what I mean? Like anything to make police feel like, oh, I know all the business. I can tell them everything they want to know.
So again, you didn't tell them about your part in shooting up Rich Homie Quan's barbershop, right?
Did I tell them about my part?
Correct. You did not tell the police that you and Threat shot up the barbershop, did you?
So what, you gonna charge me now?
I didn't say that. I'm just asking a question. Did you tell the police back in 2015 that you and Threat shot up the barbershop?
No.
Right. Because telling them would not let you get out of jail, right? If you told them that, you would get in trouble for that, correct?
Well, they might get hurt, so I didn't think no. My whole thing is lie to the police. So I'm not going to tell them the truth about nothing that took place for real, especially when it got something to do with me.
Also, you didn't tell them about your parts and the stolen items that were found in your house in June of 2015, correct?
They told me about the stolen stuff that they found.
But you didn't tell them about your part and those stolen items being found in the home, correct?
And Dunbar?
Yes.
What you mean?
You told them it was Little Mike and Quez, correct?
I don't get what you asked me though. I told the police that I gave them their names. Yeah, that's what you asked.
So you did not tell the police about any crimes that you were involved in, correct?
I wasn't committing crimes on the behalf of nobody but myself. Anything I do is beneficial to myself. If that's what you asking, I don't get what you asking me.
Right. Anything is beneficial to yourself.
I don't take shots from nobody. Can't nobody tell me what to do. Nobody knows able to tell me what to do. I'm gonna do what I want to do regardless.
So when you were meeting with police, you did things that were beneficial for you, correct?
What do you mean?
You just said I did things that's beneficial for me. That's what you just said, right?
I'm saying, like my everything got. I'm a selfish person. If that's what you asked.
So when you were in those interviews, it was all about self-preservation for you, correct? You want to do anything so that you did not go to jail, right?
That's what I said.
Okay. So even if that meant telling on your friends, that's what you were going to do so that you did not go to jail, correct?
No. Telling on my friend would be like, okay, Bobby robbed this stove, and Bobby did rob the stove. And it's proof that Bobby robbed the stove, and I was with Bobby when he robbed the stove. But making up things saying, okay, Bobby shot Tony. Bobby was over there somewhere else where he could prove that he had nothing to do with it wouldn't make sense. They just getting the police out of me. That's what I was doing.
So the finesse was, I'm going to tell the police what I know about the murder because that's going to keep me out of jail. But I'm not going to tell them what I've done because that's also going to keep me out of jail, correct?
No, my whole thing was, I don't got nothing to do with nothing, and nothing don't got nothing to do with me. So when I'm talking to the police, they so convinced that I did this crime, and they're not going for the stuff I done told them in the past. So I'm just keep trying to talk my way out of it, and I'm making stuff. I'm stupid at the time.
And the finessing that you did to police back in 2015 is always and only was going to be about you and what you needed, correct?
I don't get what you're asking me.
You told Mr. Weinstein last week that you were a BSer. Do you remember telling him that last week?
You told me that yourself one day we was in the back talking.
Do you remember telling Mr. Weinstein that last week?
Yes.
And right now, you're still trying to finesse this jury because it's still always about you, correct?
I'm not trying to finish this jury. I'm trying to be God unto you, trying to get up out of here so I can move on with my life. And that's it.
You're still YSL, correct?
What you mean? Am I still YSL?
And you're still YSL for life, correct?
I don't get what you're saying. Like,
you're still YSL for life. That's what you said in the off the porch video, correct?
But you trying to make it seem like it's a game though. My only purpose is it's not a game. So you saying what you're saying. If you drop the game, like you confusing like a more.
All I'm asking you is, are you still YSL for life?
Am I still YSL for life? I don't know how to answer that. Like I don't know.
And what you're doing and what you've been doing for the last couple of months that you've been on the stand is you're still trying to stay loyal to YSL, correct?
If that was the case, I wouldn't even be up here lying on them. If I'm trying to be loyal to them, I wouldn't be trying to lie and put the blame off on them.
And you feel guilty now because you told the police what Shannon, Yak, Thugs, involvement was in the murder of Donovan Thomas back in 2015, correct?
No, ma'am. I feel guilty because I have put my hand in some stuff that I should never even done. It's a difference, like I keep telling you. If I knew that these boys did this and then I saw them do that and I can say for facts they did this.
And matter of fact, in the October interview, October 2021 interview, you talked to Investigator Rico about what you told police back in 2015, correct?
Probably so.
Okay. And you talked to her about the fact that you feel guilty. Do you recall doing that?
Mm-hmm. I said, I talked to her about, I have a conscience. Like, you know what I mean? Y'all caught me in a vulnerable, in 2015, y'all caught me in a vulnerable state. And then, you know what I mean? I was going through a lot. I have done so much stuff. And it was just like, and police got me, and I'm trying to throw the blame off on other people that I should never did.
And in 2021, 7 years later, you told Investigator Rito what I told you back then was the truth, correct?
Because you gotta understand. So I know you don't know. Varito those people touch us. You feel me? Like they literally sit there and follow us around and pull the car over, lock us up because they know we don't have license. Like they constantly do that like on a daily basis. So when I'm in front of them, I already know they about to lock me up. And I'm just Varito, she's better than Gaten because she know how to play on you good. And I knew she was playing on me, and I was trying to pay back on her. I was trying to convince them that I would be truthful with them.
And did you tell her that I told them everything in 2015, but no one ever helped me out?
I never need nobody else because my only thing was, shit, I knew they was playing on me, but like I said, they sitting here, I didn't want to go to jail. If I could prolong it out, or they go for what I'm saying, then hopefully I can get out of here.
So you're saying what you told Investigator Riverito was not the truth?
What I'm telling you is, I mean, June, whatever date you said, when they questioned me, I have made it up. I told you that before you put me on the stand in front of the jury. The jury didn't even have to hear or see me. But y'all still forced me up here. I told you I was going to plead the fifth, and y'all like, why would I plead the fifth? And I told y'all why, because I lied. So don't put me up here and expect for me to say something that is a lie. If you ask me the truth, and I can tell you the truth. And the truth is, I didn't see these boys commit no crime. I'm not trying to protect nobody. I don't even know some of them over there.
Your Honor, say like the Tennessee Exhibit 3078, Yankee, Frank, and played portions of the October 2021 interview.
You may. Tell me that number again also, please.
Yes, Your Honor, 378, Yankee, Frank.
Okay. Any of y'all need a restroom break? If you don't, that's fine. But if you do, let me know. It would be a good time to take one. Y'all all good? All right. have some details we need to sort out.
I can leave out.
Yes, thank you.
For how long?
Just stay close, 5 minutes at least. Probably more. All right, so yeah, Mr. Short, you were saying that this was not one of the statements that we had kind of litigated in detail or at all, and I think that's right. And Ms. Hilton has 4 specific little excerpts, but instead of trying to sort that out up here, let's just, if you'll go ahead and put on the record what those are and let the defense attorneys have a chance to see what you're talking about and whether there are any objections that we need to go ahead and sort out without the jury being present.
And we can play it right now. It's only about 2 minutes in total, Your Honor, the 4 sections.
I'd really not want to hear it 2 and 3 and 4 times if necessary. If we've got a transcript of it, do we have a transcript of it? Do the defense attorneys have a transcript of it? All right, just reference the page numbers.
And Your Honor, I have a copy for the court.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, I'll approach.
All right.
Your Honor, the first portion is on page 12. And it goes through page 13, page 12, line 13 through page 13, line 18. And it says, investigator Flores, what you want to do. Then Kenneth Copeland says this, no. And I told them everything that I knew about in this situation. Investigator Rivera says about what?
I can read it. I mean, we can all read it. We don't need you to read it out for us. Any issue as to that? And it may be that there are some unintelligibles that aren't unintelligible that might be problematic. So I guess that part you could fill me in
on. I would need to go back, but I believe essentially he's saying I told them everything that I knew back then. That's what he's talking about.
Okay. Any issues with that being played?
Why is it being played? Why is the out of court statement being played?
Your Honor, it's impeachment by contradiction. Mr. Copeland has again testified that everything he said in 2015 is a lie. In 2021, they can see his demeanor about how when he's talking to Investigator Riverito and Investigator Flores, he is referencing everything he said back in 2015 is not a lie, that he gave them information. He gave them what he knew about what happened in 2015. And so this would be a contradiction to what he's now testifying to in court.
Okay, all right. By the time this is going on in 2021, right?
This is
this
yes,
interview with Viverito.
yes,
So he's given all of the 2015 statements, right? The January and February ones, but also the June one.
correct. And he's now telling them what I told you all back in 2015 was true. Like I told you these things. I told you what I knew. And he says them multiple times in this interview to again negate this idea that everything he said in 2015 is a lie. In 2021, he's telling the police when he's in custody, I told you things in the past that were true, and I ended up getting tortured. This is, and you're right, we did actually talk about this statement last week because this is on the heels of us discussing. It's in this interview that he discusses the plot to kill Shell Kell. And we talked about the fact that the state could not get into the fact that he plotted on Shell Kell or that he knew about a plot to kill Shell Kell. But there were specific areas that we said we were going to get into. We weren't going to talk about the Shell Kell plot. But in this interview, he talks about the fact that what he knew in 2015 was true or was accurate, was verifiable. And so that's what this portion is, Your Honor.
I guess I don't agree with the state's characterization of his testimony here today. He's saying that he has lied on these gentlemen in the past, and he is in court telling the truth, and that it was a lie before. I don't recall him specifically limiting when he lied or how he lied. So to me, this is just bolstering, and it's just pointing out that he's made the same statement more than once, which I don't believe that is a path to admissibility.
The fact that he is now saying in court in 2024, I lied to the police. In 2021, it's a prior inconsistent statement because he's telling the police in 2021 that what I said back in 2015 is true. So now
He's not saying it's true. He's saying that's everything I knew. And what he has said on the stand is every time I have ever talked to the police in my entire life, I have lied to them. And that would include this 2021 interview. You haven't had him say that yet, but
that's the point, Your Honor. When he says here, I didn't have any parts. What I did was I heard after the fact things. I said everything I knew when
let him.
Sorry.
She's not gonna be able to take that down.
Sorry. And I said everything I knew when I went through that. He's now telling this jury, I never told the police anything Little D told me. What I told the police about what Little D told me is a lie. This is what he's saying now. What he said in 2021 is, I told the police everything that I knew, which is what Little D told him.
Well, that's your version of it.
But when you continue to look at the other sections, Your Honor, that will illuminate.
Okay, let's look at the next section.
The next section is page 28, line 15 through 16.
So he doesn't appear to be talking on lines 15 and 16 about the same thing that we've been talking about here in court. That appears to be about something else, doesn't it?
No, so that's why I say, Your Honor. So this interview starts with Copeland going into, after he's arrested, he goes into the interview and he's like, I have information I can provide.
Right.
The information that he can provide is about a plot to kill Shell Kell.
Mm-hmm.
So when you get to page 55 and he starts at line 12, there's a murder.
We were on page 28.
Excuse me, page 28, line 12.
Okay.
When he starts there. This is a murder that's about to take place with some very bad people. Bad people. The stuff that I know right now, you know what I mean, should be good enough, I think he says, to get out of my situation. You know what I mean? I'm not bullshitting. You know the last information I gave y'all was right. The last information that he gave was about 2015. That is what he's talking about here. And then I can further.
Do you have something that establishes that that's what he's talking about?
Yes, he tells Investigator Viverito, I think earlier, and I'll find the page, because he keeps bringing this up in front of Investigator Flores. Investigator Flores doesn't know about what happened in 2015. So Investigator Viverito says, are you talking about this stuff in 2015? He wasn't here. So you have to give him some more information because Flores wasn't around in 2015. So the context of this is he's referencing what occurred back in 2015.
So where's that part?
Let me find it.
Even before then, like before we ever get to page 12, what are they asking him about?
So before you get to page 12, when he gets into the interview room, he's about to get arrested, and he begins to tell them that he has information about some stuff that's going on tonight, getting ready to happen tonight. He then proceeds to tell them he's not going to give up a lot of information because previously when he's given up information, no one ever helped him out.
Mm-hmm.
So then he proceeds to give a little bit of information, but to say, I'm not going to give you much because when I've done this in the past, no one has helped me out. So what he's talking about is in 2015, when he gave information to Gaither and Dennis, no one helped him out. He still had to go to the feds. He still had to go to jail. So throughout this interview, when he makes references to the past, he's making references to what he told police back in 2015. When was she explaining to on page 12,
Mm-hmm.
at line 25 on page 13, line 2, and 4 says, because you know I wasn't there, this is my first time here. So he's talking about, he being told to talk about 2015, and Flores doesn't know what he's referencing because he wasn't around. And that's why he says, so you have to
Yeah, I'm just looking for anything that lets me know or lets me have any comfort that when he says, I told them everything I knew about this situation last time, that's everything I knew. That he is talking about whatever he told police in 2015 about the Donovan Thomas murder, because I don't see any reference to that before he starts saying this. I mean, he's saying on page 9, they're saying you want to talk about today.
When he's talking about the last time,
Yeah.
I think that Mr. Copeland, there are no other interviews between APD and Mr. Copeland between June 2015 and October 2021. So he does not ever meet with the Atlanta Police Department ever again until this occurred. So when he's getting locked up, he's referencing, and he even talks about Gaither, and I'll find where he talks about Gaither in here, that he didn't trust Gaither, or Gaither didn't help him out, essentially. And so his whole reference is about 2015. Even if we continue to page 144, line 25 through 145, line 15.
So what does he say on 9 through 10? Everything I knew about what happened with that unintelligible situation.
Are you on page 144?
145. I mean, I do see he says everybody felt I had something to do with it. So that at least is some kind of circumstantial indication that he might be talking about the Donovan Thomas murder.
And if you give me, of course it does.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
To answer your question, according to my notes, the unintelligible on line 10 is same.
Is what?
Same.
Same.
Yeah, with that same situation.
Okay.
And then I also talked to that he talks about Gaither.
All right.
And then, Your Honor, he mentions Gaither on page.
So what's the other
section?
Part, the other
The
section.
last section, Your Honor, is page 168, line 18 through page 169, line 2.
All right, and so is your position that he's essentially like protesting in this interview, look, I told y'all what I knew, which was the God's honest truth the last time, and y'all didn't do anything to help me. And that establishes that he, at least in 2021, and your position is saying what I told you in 2015 was true. And that's inconsistent with what he's saying on the stand today and the past few weeks, which is everything was a lie.
Yes.
I mean, whether that actually accomplishes that or not, I guess will be up to the jury, but
Well,
yes, sir.
before it gets to the jury, I just don't know of any rule of evidence that allows someone to reiterate in between the time of the original statement and testifying. Okay, we'll say those two things are inconsistent. I don't know why a statement made in between those two times would be admissible as either a prior inconsistent or prior consistent statement. It just seems like we're at this point using another out of court statement to bolster the June 10th, 2015 statement.
So I think the state's position is that Mr. Copeland is now saying, he's now disavowing everything he said in 2015 and saying all of that was a lie. And it's only here today that I'm telling the truth. Everything before was a lie. And here is something prior to today that is him saying the exact opposite of what he is saying today. So it is inconsistent in that way.
So his disavowing prior statements certainly has happened, and he's disavowed it. To me, as I've listened to the testimony, he hasn't specified, oh, I disavow the June 10, 2000. He said every time I talk to the police, it's a lie.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what playing another statement, which he's already saying is a lie, what that is accomplishing. I just don't see this. To me, the state needs to outline a path, an exception to admit a out of court statement. And I'm not seeing the exception to the general rule that out of court statements would not be admitted into trial.
Do you want to speak to that, Ms. Fulton?
I believe that the court said in its analysis that you just gave, what he's saying in court now in June of 2024 is inconsistent with what he has said in any of his interviews to police. And in 2021, 6 years after he gave his initial statement, he is still telling the police in 2021, what I told you in 2015 was true. You all didn't help me in 2021. What I told you all then is what I knew. I gave you the information. That is inconsistent with what he is saying now in court, that he's just finessing the police, that he's just telling them whatever, and the jury can determine if they believe what he's saying now in court, or if they believe what he told the police back in 2015 and in 2021. They can make that decision. But this is an inconsistent statement with what his court testimony is.
But isn't someone in 2021 saying what I told you in 2015 is the truth, was the truth? Isn't that exactly what we don't allow in the trials, is someone self-bolstering their own statements? Like, I mean, if I make a statement and then I just go around town and tell everyone, hey, that statement I made is the truth, that statement I made is the truth, are we going to have a trial where we call in 100 people to say I said it was the truth?
Yeah. So, I mean, Ms. Hilton, is your position that even though he is saying on the stand, everything I said before was a lie and what I'm saying today is the truth, that it's in fact the opposite of that?
Yes, what we believe that what he told the police back in 2015 and in 2021 was true. Like that's the state's position.
And that he is now, you believe, lying on the stand.
Correct. The state believes he is lying on the stand, saying that what he said back then isn't true. But even
and that his motive for doing so is,
we believe his motive for doing so is that he's now present and has to deal with what he said back in 2015, now sitting in front of the individuals he tested or he talked to police about. He now has to confront his own statements in front of these defendants who he talked about back in these interviews in 2015.
And so he's trying to wiggle out of it today.
He's trying to wiggle out of what he told the police back in 2015. And furthermore, in 2021, he's asserting again what he said back then was true, but now he's trying to tell this jury that everything he's always said is a lie. But in 2015, with no prompting from anyone else, he brings up what he told police in 2015. Investigator Rito didn't ask him about what he said in 2015. With his own prompting, he told the detectives his first line, which is on page 12.
All right, so I think that this would come in under 24-6-613 C, that essentially right now he has, and I'm not saying he does, but the state's position is that he currently today has a motive to lie, and that this 2021 position he took with the police is before that motive to lie arose, and it's prior to that. Although honestly, it's not a consistent statement, then it's an inconsistent statement. So, I mean, in all honesty, I mean, you've already rehashed a lot of this, and I think we're just kind of plowing the same ground.
And furthermore, also brought up this interview, one by playing the jail calls that they played. This is the interview that was leaked. And I believe Mr. Shar asked a line of questioning about this particular interview. I think he ended up asking a question. He was getting ready to play the video, but he did not play the video. I think he asked questions regarding this interview, and I would have to find an exact clip when he actually was going to play this interview for the jury. But I think he ended up just asking a question of there might have been some technical difficulties with the interview itself. So this interview has been discussed. The portions are about 2 minutes total. And more importantly, Your Honor, the last section is what I just asked him about, which is feeling guilty about having to confront or be around Thug. And what he says in this,
It's the same thing. I feel guilty about it. He doesn't say why he feels guilty about it.
On page 24, he does. He says, on page 168, he does say why he feels guilty. He says, "You don't understand how it makes me feel when I go around. You want to know?" I think he says, "Know the truth. When I go around, dude, I know what I've done. So I don't want to be around him because of guilt. That's why I don't want to be around, because I'm afraid."
And you fill in the blank about what the reason for that guilt is.
He says it here. He says, "I know the information that I gave. Y'all sit here and play like this ish ain't valuable."
Which could be, I ratted him out, or could be, I totally made up something on him, and he doesn't specify which.
But we believe when you look at the totality of it all, our argument is that he is talking about the fact that he gave up information.
Okay, but this doesn't establish that this is inconsistent with what he's saying on the stand. You need to move on to another topic. I'm not going to allow this. I'm going to give you this back. All right, let's get the jury back out. Hey, none of it. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Silver.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Copeland, you've told the jury now, Deshaun, you agree me, Deshaun is not the police, correct?
Can you say it again?
Deshaun, she's not the police, right?
Right.
She's the mother of your child, your daughter, correct?
Correct.
And in 2015, and through 2019, when you were in custody, she was taking care of your daughter, correct?
Can you say that again?
In 2015, she was taking care of your daughter, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that, at least back then in 2015, you loved her?
Can you say that again?
Sure. In 2015, you loved Deshaun, correct?
I still do today.
And you cared about her, correct?
I still do today.
And back in 2015, Deshaun was a person who was trying to get you a bond. Like she was trying to help you get a bond, correct?
How she gonna do that? She's not the judge.
No, she was trying to get you the money for the bond, correct? To help pay
Oh,
the
she was
bond.
doing what I asked her to do.
And she's someone that you confided in, correct?
What you mean?
She's someone that you talked to, that you trusted with what you told her, correct?
I don't trust nobody.
But Deshaun was someone who can see right through you, correct?
You can't even see right through me.
I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about Deshaun.
No.
Deshaun isn't someone that you could finesse, correct?
Say that again.
Deshaun is not someone that you could finesse, correct?
She's not someone I can confess.
Finesse.
And what make you figure that?
And in 2015, you talked to her repeatedly on these jail calls, correct?
Yes.
And you talked to her about what you felt.
I talked to her about what I felt.
Yes. Your feelings.
All right.
You talked to her about your interviews with the police.
I'm listening.
You talked to her about what you told the police, correct?
I talked to her about what I wanted to tell her.
And you told her everything that you were feeling back in 2015, correct?
No. Cause I didn't. No.
I want to play for you what's already been admitted as Stacey Exhibit 394. Why? And I'm only going to play from 7:50 to 11:24.
Right now?
Oi. Yeah. So,
I ain't want you to be worried and like this. So that's why Sharon act like it for
okay.
I said, cool man, I ain't had nothing to do with what's been going on. Probably you take away my time and I just go out like so.
Yeah.
They don't move so like this. And then they got see how everything works. And they like shit, they be deep. They be deep said no what happened because deep told me what happened. So I mean they can go out with
He told you what happened with
what happened they know what's going with this shit, man.
come on with it. Mm.
I ain't just making that up and ain't lying, so like this, and they gonna try to take my help.
Yeah.
So I ain't gonna tell Sherry now. I just tell you, but I know you.
So there, did you tell Deshaun that D just has to tell them what he told me?
Can you say that again?
Did you tell Deshaun right there in that call that D just needs to come down and tell them what they told me?
I did. See, one thing about me, I know they recorded my call. And it was after they locked me up. I knew they was playing me in that interview.
And did you also tell her that once D comes down there, then they'll believe that what I tell them is the truth?
Because that's what I was expecting.
Mm-hmm. Trey, no ever for me. Yeah, why you trip with people? You just told me you did. You just said you did. Mm. You just said you told her. Cause you. Yeah. Woody, which one you gonna say? Cause you was lying. You just switched the whole thing up.
No, you not. I just told you I let him know like I just let him know like bro, if I was to come to you with a situation with you help, and he was like, yeah, bro, I like sure, bro, cause I helped him when they came down here. You did. So one thing I know, when he go come in here, he not gonna lie. You know what I mean? He don't want to say these people, bro.
You let her do it.
You still playing?
No, we stopped it. Now I want to play for you. Was Nintendo and when you did it at 4045.
Y'all need to listen to it?
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call.
Hang on a second. All right.
Just try it.
Maybe. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that seems to be. Maybe. Maybe, okay. See if you can play the audio. I don't know if this is gonna work or not. Just give it a try.
This is a prepaid collect call from Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an inmate at Fulton County Jail.
Can you hear Mr. Cody?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Maybe if everybody lines up and you just play the exhibit from like the back at the end. Millions. Nobody else. I'm choosing. There's a thing.
Ready to find the experiment. First, let's turn off the backup system. Clearly, it may be a system. In the meantime, I too. Maybe they'll have. Go to the back. Yeah, that's just right until we maybe have this fixed.
Can we get Mr. Copeland back? Do we have either Mr. Steele or Mr. Adams on the others? Well, is anybody let them know to come back? There's Mr. Kokomo. All right, there he is. Yeah, everybody else. Queued up with what you wanna, assuming we have sound that stays with us. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we don't know why, but the first sound system is back up, so we're gonna try to use that while we can. And I just cannot apologize more for, I mean, I know that your time is valuable, and I just hate that we keep having to essentially just lose chunks of time from this trial because we can't get our sound system to consistently work. And I am trying to do whatever I can to get that remedied. Anyway, let's just go ahead while we've got the sound.
You're right, we're gonna play from 12:40 to 14:30. And this is on Stacy's Exhibit 406Y.
Crazy. That nigga showing me, that nigga showing me, the video with those, man, I just kept trying to think myself. That nigga trying to pretend like they eat so they can lock you up, bro. And the whole time, like he trying to fix you up, bro. This shit got me so mad, bro. Like, you keep putting my name, she didn't know that.
They didn't go out for work all day.
Nah, I did. But if he supposed to already come back to me, show me the about something you know ain't true, why the hell would you put these all that there and have folks really thinking I did this? You know what I'm saying? It's damn fake. He should put these names. If he gonna rap about it, he should put their names in who did it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put my name in no shit, bro. I'm trying to figure out them my family, bro. I don't need to fuck with these niggas, bro. Period, bro. I don't even like calling them just see something. You feel what I'm saying? I don't want them folks to do that, bro. Like, man, every time I think about it, shit just makes me mad. You got that weak family shit. The whole time, I ain't having this. I mean, I was just, bro. see me see this shit. I ain't never problem with it, bro. This shit so crazy. You ain't got no problem with it, problem with doors, bro.
Who has on doors? Nothing.
Yeah, all them kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cause I supposed to, they think I supposed to hang.
That's in my where?
1428. Now, Mr. Copeland, in that portion of that jail call, that's you talked to Deshaun, correct?
Yes.
And in that call, you talked about the fact that Thug put you inside of a song, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't like the fact that that song had been released at this point because people are thinking that you did something, correct?
Yes.
And that's what got you upset, correct?
That's what it said.
And were you upset about that? That he put your name in a song?
You so right about it.
And when you said these N-words are shooting at us and all of this is about something you know I ain't do, what are you talking about?
Exactly what I said. Somebody didn't do.
Okay. So who is the shooting at us? Who's the us you are referring to?
Whoever was behind that gun.
You said they're shooting at us.
Me, they son, and my little girl.
This is in June of 2013, June of 2015. So that's who you're referring to?
Well, I can't be specific who I was preferring, but I'm pretty sure that's what I was talking about. Shit, I'm the only one ever getting shot at.
And when you said you're going to rap about it, put their names, who did it?
Huh?
When you said to Deshaun, why the hell would you put these songs out there and have folks really think I did this shit? You feel what I'm saying? This N-word, this N, know for a damn fact. He should have put these N name in it. You're going to rap about it, put their names, who did it.
Right. So if you go back and look, I said that after the interrogation. So anytime before that, and I was in jail, I never said that. I knew that they were gonna be listening to my calls.
You said, you feel what I'm saying? Don't put my effing name in no shit. Did you tell Deshaun this?
That's what he said.
And I'm trying to be with my family. I ain't messing with, well, you didn't say messing. I ain't fucking with these N-words, bro, period. Only reason I called them just to see something. I don't want these folks to do nothing for me, bro.
That's what I said.
And who didn't you want them doing anything for you?
No. You talking about 10 years ago.
Then he further said to her, I had nothing to do with nothing. I was at the house sleep. These N-words did this shit. I had no problem with this N-word nut, bro. This shit so crazy, man. They had a problem with Thug, bro. Who had a problem with Thug? Nut in them, and your response was Kel in them, correct?
That's what I said.
And this is what you're telling Deshaun, correct?
That's what we just heard.
The person that you trust and the person that you confide in.
And you heard her keep telling me why am I lying. She said she see right through me, right?
She didn't say that on this call though, did she? Did she say that on this call? Did you hear her say that on this call?
Oh, I heard her say it, so
did you hear her say it in the call?
Not the clip you just played.
So next I want to play for you State's Exhibit 407Y. And we're going to start at 3:28.
I don't know what to do. I don't know, I ain't called back, cause I'm not waiting to, I'm forgetting something.
I ain't talked to him. I know it. It's a kid.
Oh, yeah.
And then they think I'm doing everything good. But they think that he, you know what I'm saying? But it's, I get like over 25 years.
They don't really have no inmate. No proof. They don't have no proof for no inmate.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have no proof of no evidence, and you know you ain't do with them, like, stripping and stuff like that.
It ain't about it. It's about it ain't it's everything them niggas doing, man. Like if ain't anything, you know, you already put the name in them songs, so that's what I do. I mean, he making me folks think he was doing, you know what I'm saying? Like this shit is on another level. You know what I mean? This shit ain't got nothing to do with it. Ain't got nothing to do with it. I don't get killed. Ain't got nothing to do with it. It got something to do with how he shut up, how I'm done, so that. You know what I mean? I ain't got nothing to do with none of this shit. You know I went to hang with him. Yeah. But I just got to prove that I ain't had anything to do with none of this. You know what I mean? That's why I was trying to tell you, don't tell nobody. Don't tell nobody.
I ain't told them.
Yeah, I know that. Shit crazy, man. Told her.
Why you said so? But why you said trade one for they go get you down now?
I can't hear you.
Why you think you said trade for $5 they go get you on the
What, for you?
to put on your book? Cause he ain't getting it yet. He probably trying to see him and say him for $6 they go get you.
You gonna give me somebody my details. Like, you gonna come to the phone. I just ain't to kill it now. I ain't got a chance to talk about it. Yeah.
You want me to tell him?
Yeah, check. And did he come put his money on the book?
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I might have to cancel for it.
You sure? You in me dead right now, bro.
Because
It's my fault. I know. It's always my fault.
I ain't seen your fault.
She gonna look like you. Shit. What time is it?
11:24.
You know what I'm saying, man? I need to get into a date.
Who? Who?
Date.
You know how to use control.
You wanna try to call him through it?
You finished?
No, still.
04291. Please enter your password. Please enter your password. Mailbox number, please. Sorry, could not find a mailbox for that number. Please enter the mailbox number specified by your system manager.
Hello.
Please enter the mailbox number specified by your system manager. Sorry you were having trouble. Please try again later. Goodbye.
Oui. Nobody know they married. I just said I'm here for nothing. Yeah. Hello. You said that you went there? I know. Let's take me. Start spreading around. The need to start spreading around. And I'm pregnant.
I need to get timing though.
Who you did?
Catching your brother who always speaks to Johnny Cat.
Mm.
I need to ask him if he let me out of my bun.
He know that me. I wish he don't tell you. He said, that's how he checked and see was it on her.
Tell him I couldn't go out there.
Yeah. Yes. And you should do.
You have 1 minute remaining on your call.
You like them, but you don't plan on that issue right now. When you said it was on there, can't you call me from your book? Can't you call me from your book now? He said, he said like it was on there, so can't you call me from your book? Yeah. I love you. I love you too.
I think you beat him.
Well, I'm here.
I've been trying to my book right.
All right.
And Mr. Copeland, in that call, did you again tell Demikion, tell Deshaun, that he's already putting my name in songs and stuff about what I do? He's making these folks think it's me doing it. You're staring. Do you have a response?
Yeah,
Did you tell Deshaun that?
we just heard it.
So that a yes?
I said, yeah.
All right. And that this shit is on another level. This shit ain't got nothing to do with homes getting killed. It got something to do with all those houses getting shot up.
That's what I said.
All right. And all them guns Thug got.
That's what I said.
I ain't got nothing to do with none of that shit. I was just hanging with them. I just got to prove I got nothing to do with none of this. You know what I mean?
That's what I said.
All right. And then later on in the call, you said, I let these N-words get me in trouble for something I did not even do, man. Do you recall hearing yourself say that?
That's what I said.
All right. Now, these are 3 jail calls that we played. All of these were between you and Deshaun, correct?
That's what we heard.
And on June 10th, you told Deshaun, not say June 10th, on that first call, you told Deshaun again that when D comes down and tell them, they will see that you're not lying, correct? You testified to this jury that Demekion never told you about Nutt's murder, correct?
That's what I said.
So which one is it? Is it what you told Deshaun on his jail call, the woman that you love, or what you telling this jury here today?
What I'm telling the jury today is that Ladie never told me that.
But that's not what you told the mother of your child in a jail call back in 2015.
And you heard her telling me to stop lying. So she know that how I am.
Did you hear her say stop lying in the call I just played for you?
She said, "Who are you telling to me to like just stop?" You heard her, man. She get no different treatment from nobody else. I'm not trying to drag her in nothing I got going on.
And what were the houses that you were referring to when you told her these houses getting shot up?
Whatever houses that were being shot up.
Do you know which ones you were talking about in this particular?
No, I do not.
And what guns were you talking about?
No.
So why would you tell her that?
Because I'm in jail. Like I don't know.
Isn't it true, Mr. Copeland, that when you talk to Deshaun, she's not the police? She's not anyone you have to finesse, that you told her exactly what was happening back in 2015?
Miss Hilton, you heard her say out her mouth, "Why am I keep lying? I did say this, why am I switching my you doing it to yourself, just stop."
In these last two calls, she never said anything about lying, did she?
No, she didn't.
And Mr. Copeland, is it fair to say that you still love Shannon?
Yes, I do.
You still love
Yes, I do.
and you don't want anything, and you don't want your testimony to hurt them, correct?
It's not about hurting them. I told you I lied. It's the truth. I lied.
I have no further questions.
All right, does anybody have recross? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Copeland. I'll be brief.
Okay.
You recall this morning, Ms. Hilton spent a lot of time going over the fact that you're a liar, correct?
Yes.
And you told Ms. Hilton that before you ever testified to this court, correct?
Correct.
I did not call you here as a witness, right? You didn't receive a subpoena from me.
I haven't spoken to none of y'all.
Okay. You received a subpoena from the state to be here.
Yeah, from Ms. Hilton.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Mr. Copeland, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to make sure we're all on the same page here. Your testimony is that what you told. Gotcha. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You remember we went through your statements to the police in 2015, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you remember we pointed out the first time that you said that you had heard, first time you had claimed that you had heard that my client Shannon and Mr. Kendrick and others were responsible for Donovan Thomas. The first time you claimed that was June 10th of 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you claimed that your source of information was Demekion Garlington.
That's what I told the police.
That's what you told the police. And you have made it very clear, I think, that your testimony is that was a lie. It is, right. Now, what I want to make clear is your intention at the time, June 10, 2015, you were being arrested. Yes. That was the reason for the finesse, correct? Yes. Okay. And your intention was that Demekion Garlington, Lil D, was going to back you up. That's what I said. Okay. And want to be clear, the statement Shannon, Yak, Duop, and Nard, you were asked by Ms. Hilton if you told that lie that you made up on June 10th, you were asked if you had shared those names with anyone else. And I believe you said with Little D, correct? Yes. Okay. You said I shared the names with him? Yes. Yes.
Characterization of question.
Okay.
You want to rephrase?
Those 4 names that you made up, you shared those names with Lil D, correct? That's what I said. Okay, and I'm asking, I'm not worried about what you said right now. I'm asking for the truth. So you shared those names with Lil D. Y'all confusing me at this point, man. I'm not trying to confuse you. You needed, in your mind, you felt you needed Demekion Garlington to back you up, correct? That's what I thought he was gonna do. Okay, and you needed to share the lie you made up with him, correct? I told the investigator that Legia come kill me. Right. And so you shared the information that you gave to the investigator, the lie. You shared that with Lil D, correct? I shared it with Mootun too. Okay, and you, I believe your testimony was Lil D, after you shared it with him, said, "Damn boy, you hell." Is that? He said he got my back. Do you know, if you know, do you know who Moontoon might have shared that information with, that lie with? If you don't know, you don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, do you know who Mr. Garlington, Lil D, may have shared that information with? Well, I thought he was gonna tell it to the police, but I guess he didn't. Okay, do you know who he shared it with? I'm not asking you to speculate. If you don't know, you don't. I don't know. Okay. We just played some jail calls from 2015. Correct? They just did. Yeah. I guess. All right. And that was 394 Yankee, I believe, was the exhibit number. Every time you speak on those jail calls from jail, every jail you've ever been to, they play a recording in the beginning. A lady's voice comes on in the beginning, right? Your call has been recorded. Right. You know your calls are being recorded, correct? Right. You knew in 2015 your calls are being recorded, correct? I knew before I even went to jail. That's common knowledge, correct? Right. Okay. And obviously, if you're being recorded, you can control what you say on the recorded line, right? Right. So you can say things like, Lil D told me this or that, right? I can say whatever I want to say. Right. What you can't control is what the person you're talking to says. Like when Deshaun said, "You're a liar, you're lying, you switched it up." That's the part you can't control on the jail recorded calls, right? Well, you know that. Talk about recordings. Let's move to meetings with the district attorney. You talked about several times the district attorneys, members from the district attorney's office coming to meet you in jail and in prison too, right? Federal? Not federal. Okay. But state jail and state prison? County jail. County jail. Okay. Rice Street. Fayetteville. In Fayetteville. Okay. And Verito came to Rice Street. Okay. Viverito had a, when we say Viverito, we're talking about investigator Viverito. Yes. She had a cell phone, you said. She did. Okay. Now you didn't have, you're in jail. You don't have the ability to record your meetings with the DAs in jail, do you? No. Okay. Do you know if they recorded those meetings?
The one in Fayetteville, I thought I caught Verito recording me, and then I started watching her phone.
Have you ever heard the recordings of the DAs when they came to meet you?
No.
Okay, what about in judges' chambers? You ever hear a recording of that?
What you mean?
A recording, an audio recording of that meeting.
You talking when I recorded them?
No, I'm talking about June 10th, 2024. You ever hear an audio recording?
No.
Okay, so the state has been playing recordings of phone calls you're making from jail, right?
I don't understand.
The state has played phone calls, recordings of phone calls you've made from jail. We just heard some, right?
Yes.
Okay, but do you know where the recordings of the state meeting with you, those meetings are?
Objection.
Know where those recordings are?
Some effects on evidence.
Sustained.
Okay, let's talk about the warrants for the murder of Donovan Thomas. Okay, you acknowledge that you were charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas, correct?
They charged me.
Right. And when you say they, let's talk about that. When you say they, you're talking about Detective Thorpe, correct?
So I'm talking about the police, the DA. I don't know who did it, but they told me I've been charged with murder.
Okay. Do you remember in 2015, and we talked about it, you gave statements about where you were that day, right? That you felt cleared you from the murder.
I did.
Okay. And you also lied to the police about Demekion telling you certain information.
But I don't say that for like a billion times.
Right. And you would agree that if someone were to believe that lie, it would have cleared you from the murder, right?
I don't get what you say.
Speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Detective Thorpe, he took those warrants out on you in October of 2015, correct?
He took them out on me while I was in jail.
Right. After you gave that statement on June 10th, 2015, right?
Some months after, yeah.
Right. So he heard what you said on June 10th, 2015, and then months after that, he took out warrants for your arrest.
You say that again?
He heard what you said on June 10th, 2015, and then months later, warrants were taken out for your arrest for that murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And finally, may I approach the evidence room?
Yes.
Mr. Kokomo, could you play that part? Do you remember testifying about do you remember when I stood up there and talked to you about your pending charges that were dismissed?
Yes.
Okay. Could you play that clip, Mr. Kokomo?
Do I gotta listen to it?
If you would.
You're right. He said he remembered it, so I would.
Is there some reason we need to hear it again? Can you just ask them about it?
Okay. I can.
Okay, let's do that.
Can you remember I was standing right there and reading the sheet?
Yes.
Okay. I was reading the sheet and you were agreeing with me, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I never said that Fonnie Willis signed the piece of paper, did I?
You said who name is that?
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you publish 27D? Okay, and Mr. Copeland, I asked you if Fonnie Willis's name was on the decision of district attorney declined to prosecute defendant. And that's your name on the sheet, right, Kenneth Copeland?
Yes.
Okay, and I asked you if Fonnie Willis's name was on the sheet, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the sheet starts out, comes now, Fonnie Willis, District Attorney for the Atlanta Judicial Circuit, State of Georgia, and shows this honorable court to follow, correct?
Correct.
And it's signed by another man named Kenneth Hutcherson, whose title is labeled as Executive District Attorney, correct?
That's what she just showed me.
All right, and you know Miss Fonnie Willis to be the elected District Attorney of Fulton County, correct?
I think she's like the head person.
The boss.
Yeah.
Mr. Hutcherson's boss. Let me ask you, this was from 2021, right? When you were first charged with this false statement and false report of a crime. It was 2021, right?
When I was in jail.
Yes. Okay. Who was the attorney that got this case dismissed for you? Who was your attorney on this case?
You?
I was?
You told me?
Did you ever hire an attorney on this case?
I'm saying you told me.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, what advocating for yourself did you do that convinced the district attorneys to dismiss this case in January 2024? What did you do to get them to dismiss it?
Sustain.
Mr. Copeland, you've said in your testimony that you've been the police have constantly sent you to jail for things you didn't even do, right? Right. The state has prosecuted you time and time again for things you didn't even do, right?
Yep.
People are picking on you, right?
Yep.
And then in January 2024, your case just got dismissed and you didn't even do a darn thing to make it happen, huh?
You told me, I didn't know.
All right, thank you.
Any other recross?
Court's permission, I'd like to publish 378 YD. It's in evidence already. Shannon Stillwell 24F as in Fox. It's 62259 through 62401, about a minute and 2 seconds. Mr. Copeland, can you listen to this? And this is February 21, 2015. And if you need better headphones with the court's permission, we have other ones if you need.
All right.
That's the only thing he was definitely guilty. He called the night. Well, I forgot what day they got killed, but it was a Friday night. And no, it was Thursday night. They had a barbecue. But the barbecue didn't go out. It was blood and everything blood. Then the whole meeting was based upon me.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Try to stop it. Is that okay? Thank you. Would this possibly help? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, I can't understand what I'm saying. We can give it a try. I don't know.
You want me to approach?
You can.
You keep me.
What I want you to listen for, can you hear me? What I want you to listen for is any mention of this conversation about you being killed with Mo, that conversation, any mention of Jeffrey Williams, okay? All right.
I got somebody, I don't know his name, he called the night, well, I forgot what day they got killed, but it was a Friday night, and, no, it was Thursday night. They had a barbecue. But the barbecue did about, it was blood, everything blood. Then the whole meeting was based upon me, they was all in there talking about this and this, talking about this and this. So, the nigga Mo was on the phone. So Mo told everybody, I need every last one of y'all, whoever 90s scraps is, whoever that other nickname, supposed to kill me. They gave all of them guns. The same night they gave every one gun. They treat me to a gas station and kill me. I forgot whatever. But he called and he told me everything he said. Is this person a friend of yours?
Did you hear anything about Jeffrey Williams, or Young Thug or anything like that?
No, I didn't say nothing about him.
All right. And when the prosecutors asked you questions about your jail calls and Jeffrey Williams putting you in songs, do you know any other song that you are referencing that Jeffrey Williams is featured on or performed with your name except Halftime?
You said, do he got any other songs with my name in it?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Which song?
Beat It.
Anything else?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. And then when you were questioned by the prosecutor about Monday, June 10th, 2024, coming from DeKalb County Jail to the chambers of Judge Glanville, remember those questions?
Yes.
With all of your time, Judge Glanville was there at that meeting, right?
Yes.
All of your experience and horrors with the criminal justice system, all the arrests and prosecutions, all your convictions that are in evidence, tell the jurors another time that you found yourself speaking about the case with the prosecutor and the judge and your lawyer.
Never.
You said that you were coerced and pressured. Do you remember using those type of terms to testify?
I am.
Do you remember being told, and I know it was corrected by the Honorable Judge Whitaker, but do you remember being told by Ms. Hilton and Judge Glanville that if you don't testify, you have to remain in jail, not only till this trial ends, but all 28 people who are charged in this indictment resolve their case? Do you remember being told that?
No, they told me indefinitely. Whatever that word, it don't sound like a good word. And I asked her to explain it to me. And then he explained it. And then she broke it down to me that every defendant, so that means the people that go to trial next and all of that.
Okay.
And it can take up to so many years, and just not about sitting in jail all them years.
Judge Whitaker said that's not correct and corrected it, right?
Huh?
Later, the Honorable Judge Whitaker corrected that, said that's not true.
I didn't hear her.
Okay. I want to
ask you, and if you need those, if those help, the headphones, I want to talk with you about the jail call. It's states 295Y, as in yesterday, starting at 350, Your Honor. That's wrong. It's a little later. It's 407 to 420. I wonder if you can focus, if they help you, if it's they swear to God we killed Nut, so they going to stay on you. And at 411, they swear we smoked Nut. If you could listen to this.
They swear he smoked Nut.
Stay away from shit, bro. You just don't know it be your hood, bro. Your hood is scared you from them.
Were you able to hear that better?
Yeah, real good.
What was said? Tell the jurors, and they could listen to it their own at their leisure too.
Which part?
Both parts. When Max was speaking, who you call Max, Jeffrey's sister.
She
what did
said,
you tell the jurors?
they gonna swear to God we killed Matt. She said, Nut. She said, can I hear it again?
Of course. With the court's permission, Your Honor, we're going to replay. And that again is the same exhibit 295Y, and it's from 407 to 420.
Swear to God, we killed Matt, so they gonna stay on you.
Say it one more time.
Swear to God, we killed Nut, so they gonna stay on you.
Okay. Did it say they swear to God, or did you hear it? What did you? I apologize. Did you hear they swear to God we killed Nut?
Objection.
So that's not Dolly talk.
Okay. Explain it. Explain what you were going to say.
She talk fast, so when he's on the phone, she like, they swear to God we killed Nut, so they gonna stay on you.
And then Mr. Kokomo, with the court's permission, is going to continue. For that other person speaking, it's a man's voice. If you know who it is, tell the jurors and what that person said, if you can tell. And that's at 411.
They swear he smoked Nut.
They swear he smoked Nut.
They swear
he smoked Nut.
He smoked Nut. Okay. All right, Mr. Copeland. Now, you said, you can take off the headphones if you want to. You said multiple times that you were raised in a situation where law enforcement, you believe you had to lie to them. Do you remember saying things like that?
Yeah, I'll have to. Yeah.
And some people don't have that experience. Law enforcement assists them. Was that your experience growing up in your area?
Yeah, when I grew up, the police used to run in from my house and beat my uncles up and kicking our door. So my whole life, up until my mom died. So yeah, we didn't like the police.
And when you get in that interrogation room, you said earlier, it's not about the truth. You remember saying that?
Listen.
Is it about just getting out of there?
Yeah, that's the purpose of going to the interrogation room, to finish your way out.
And do you know people, other people, do you personally know, who lied to the police in the interrogation room?
Shit,
Last questions that I'd like to ask you, a series of questions. Ms. Hilton asked you, Jeffrey's not seen on the Texaco video changing cars like you told the police. You know what I'm talking about, right? I have you.
Yes.
She then asked you about, was there switching of cars in the back of the Texaco? Do you remember something like that?
Yes.
Where did that come from?
That's my first time hearing it.
To verify or support your statement, Ms. Hilton asked you the following items. Did the police show you found shell casings? Remember that question?
Yes.
How does that support whatever you told the police?
Oh, you lost me.
I lost you? Okay.
Yeah, you start over.
Yes, sir.
That question was withdrawn.
Okay, if it was withdrawn, it was withdrawn.
Did the police show you rental car records from Hertz? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
How does Jeffrey renting a car for you put Jeffrey into a murder?
They did it.
We talked about the surveillance video of the Texaco and about the backness. I'm skipping that one. How about Duke? You know who Duke is?
Which one?
Martinez Arnold?
Yes.
Javaris Bradford or Tuda, do you know who that person is?
No.
Ms. Hilton asked you about, did the police show you a jail call from Martinez Arnold and conversation with Tuda or Mr. Bradford? How does that implicate Jeffrey in a murder?
You can write an objection, Mr. Still invading the province of the jury.
Well, speculation, so sustained.
Okay, the way Ms. Hilton asked you, don't speculate. How does that support anything you told the police?
Sustained. I mean, that's not something he can answer.
Telephone calls on the jail phone recorded from Shannon Stillwell. Did the police share it with you? That was her question.
Yes.
Let me ask you a different verification or corroboration. Corroboration is a bad word. It just means it verify. You know what verify means?
Yes.
Okay. It verifies your story to the police. How about Detective Gaither speaking with Miss Quarterman, Deshaun Quarterman, and you told the police Deshaun Quarterman knows all about this, right?
I did.
Well,
I don't.
in one of your statements.
You said I told the police that she knows.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about the police ever recording a call with Deshaun Quarterman saying, tell us what you know? That ever happened? Did the police ever show you that?
I don't think they ever questioned her.
Okay. How about this? You have your cell phone, or the police have it, June 10, 2015, right? You got arrested with your cell phone at your home, right?
Yes.
How about give you the phone, the police are recording, and you call Jeffrey Williams, and the police can listen? Did that happen?
No.
Thank you, sir.
All right, does
Thank you,
anybody
Your Honor.
else have questions? Follow-up questions, no, everybody? All right, Mr. Copeland. Is he released or just excused?
He'll be excused for right now, Your Honor.
So he's excused, he's not released.
Of course it does.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, you are excused. It is,
Oh, what
I
that mean?
guess, possible that you might be called back, but until you hear otherwise, you don't have to come back here again.
It's not over with?
Well, your testimony for right now is over with. The trial is not over with, but you don't need to concern yourself with the rest of it. But as I understand, he's still under subpoena. Okay. And Mr. Engelberger, thank you again for your willingness to step in here for us, for the court. You may be, and obviously stand by as well, because he's not released, but yeah. we would let you know and give you all both some heads up if he's to be recalled. Thank you. What? Okay, thank you. All right, do you have a short, like hour-long witness?
He's not an hour long. We do have one out there, but he's not an hour long.
Okay, I know we have a couple of matters to deal with. They're not gonna, I don't think, take very long. We can start with the next witness, or we can just start fresh in the morning. Jurors, I'll have a preference. The morning, okay. All right, I'm gonna release y'all for the evening. If you could stick with us for just a second. And with the reminder to not discuss the case with anybody, don't allow anybody to discuss it with you, don't observe in any way, and try to avoid in every way any kind of accounts from anybody or any place about the trial, and we'll see y'all in the morning, okay? All right, this next matter is going to be, it's going to concern a juror, so if the media could please stop recording.